AW Designs, what's up, bud? Enjoyed chatting with you in the docks today. I just decided I want to go live tonight for some reason. I don't know. How's it going with you? What you working on? I'll show you what I'm working on here. I'm gonna go get it. Where did I put it? You can tell me what you think. Well, I got one right here. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good, man. Not bad for a 60-year-old man. Nothing quite yet, huh? Okay. Check this out. What's that look like? It's a fixed blade. I was talking about it on Kevin's page tonight. I gotta heat treat it yet. Yes, sir, a 112. It's 112 Slim. I happened to did a few custom ones of it, and I'm making my own since Buck's got the 100 series fixed blades, but not. I think it's the 101 or the 100. Thanks. It's gonna be something. I'm gonna make the leather sheath for it. I gotta heat treat it and get it together, but I got some scales left over. I'm gonna carve the spine. I had a piece of steel here that had a line across it, and I couldn't get it out without losing too much of the knife. So I'm gonna put the hourglasses all the way up, starting there. I'll carve that on the spine. But yeah, and then I'll make a sheath for it. I won't put a pocket clip on it. I'm not decided. What do you think? I think it's gonna be pretty cool. Uh, I'm not gonna put a pocket clip on it because it's gonna go in a sheath. But I'll have these holes here on these scales, so I think I'm just gonna maybe put some burlap micarta on it instead. I might put my mosaic bear pin in it. Yeah, that's one I'm working on. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get it finished in the next few days. This Christmas has got me, I still gotta build a mini outhouse for my stepmother for Christmas. I got 2 days to do it. I might slap that together tomorrow, but and then a couple other Christmas presents to wrap up for my nieces and nephews. Here's another one I'm doing now. It's in a jig. This is for sanding it, but this is my newest creation here. I got the bolsters together. Everything's together. I'm gonna put the spring in it tonight. I got a magnet on here, just helps open it. But one-handed razor. I can't wait to get the grind on that blade. Yep, it doesn't go that deep into the knife. It'll probably be about right here. It's like it's still a one-handed razor, just like the rest of them. I got 3 I'm actually working on. This is my first razor build. You've probably seen my Barlow already. What's your last build? Fixed blade? Is it on your site? See, here's the spring for it. I gotta make a new one of these because I made it coming down too much. It's hard to do that with the camera. But you see here, that comes down too much. In the spring, actually, does a curve, and that's where the max amount, that line there, this line here, that's the max allowance for the spring to come down. So I'm going to remake this and bring it down a little further here and put a straight up pocket in it like a buck 110 and go with a straight spring instead of a curved one, because I don't have the curved springs down yet. But all in all, it'll be a good knife when I'm done. Both bolsters here. I got both bolsters done. Here's that's the actual pin that stops the blade. There's no kick on these blades. You can see here, there's no kick here, so it can't hit the spring. So a pin is put in, this pin right here, and that's what the blade will hit when it closes at the choil. I haven't made any knives yet, pretty much just modifying right now. Oh, okay. Well, that's what you love to do, right? Modifying knives. I mean, any knife butt like you and I, knife nut butt, knife nut like you and I, we love to toy with our knives. My buddy owns a cutlery shop, and I've gotten probably 50, 60 knives out of him in the last 4 years. And he's like, man, do you ever buy a knife you don't modify? It's like this one here. Kevin's, the knife doctor's favorite knife of all times, at least when he was a beginner. He loves it. Now he carries the PM2 and PM3. But I just did a video on making these tubes, these lanyards, and I got it up last night, this morning, actually early morning. And this is the one I did, but again, modifying. I carved my spacer on this one, and then I stonewashed the blade. It was stainless. Dipped it in hydrochloric acid. Yeah, I stonewashed the clip, lock bar. I carry that around with me once in a while. Yes, sir, would love to get to the point where I could make some. I'll check out the video for sure. Yeah, I mean, what's your plans? If you was to make a knife right now, what would it be? What's your favorite knife? Just to let you know, I am a smoker. And I am myself. I don't try to be anybody online that I'm not. I'm surprised there's not more people in here. Guess everybody goes bed early on Sunday, huh? I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my other knife. style single blade trappers. Yeah, I don't really care for the double blade trappers myself. Trapper goes way back. Actually, the trapper's older than the pruning knives. Pruning knives 300-400, actually almost 1,000 years old. Pruning knives from the Eastern Europeans to here. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure the what did they call the trapper before it was a trapper in the U.S.? I'm dumbfounded for words right now. Oh. What's up, 1911? I got quite a few 1911s. Carried one in the Navy. If you're gonna stop them, you gotta whop them. Where's my ashtray now? I've only seen one of your videos. Well, I got plenty. Check them out, buddy. I'm gonna be your one-stop source of knife information from history to making. I'm gonna start doing videos on how to make kydex and leather sheaths, how to make leather holsters for guns, gun cases, everything. Knife sheaths, knife cases. By the way, I wanted to show A.W. Aaron, aka Aaron, I take it. I seen a video on a guy making a knife from a farrier's rasp. I used to be a farrier back in the day, in the early 80s. He used to travel and shoe horses and trim them. Thanks. Yeah, I love doing repairs, modifications and whatnot. But here's mine. It's just pinned right now. I got to heat treat it yet. This is from a farrier's rasp. The fellow in the video didn't make this particular knife, but I had to replicate what I used to carry when I was in the Navy. They didn't have this exact knife when I was in the Navy. Similar to it. Can you tell me what knife it is? It's actually a knife that's carried by the Navy SEALs today. I was trying to touch base with Kevin on a badass knife. I'll get to the point here. The SOG Seal Pup. That's what I replicated. I wanted to show the rasp all the way around it, the two different configurations of the rasp on both sides of the rasp. So I made the handle go, you know, shallower than the tang. She's almost identical. Yep, SOG Seal Pup. I was trying to touch base with Kevin on checking out them new knives. They got a military contract with the U.S. Navy. I mentioned it on the site. Pretty close, but flashier. Yeah, I could stonewash it, and it'd be a lot darker. I think I might do that because it's high carbon steel. I don't really care about the flashiness either, but the stonewash will still reveal the black in the rasp. The stonewash will be lighter. But this ain't something I take into combat. I mean, I would, but you know, I mean, it's more of a utilitarian knife than anything. Tell the truth. High carbon steel is great for prying and getting tasks done, but it's garbage for underwater missions and saltwater. Yeah, Kevin, the knife doctor. Yep. If you go on my playlist, I have all my inspiring YouTubers in there, and I collaborated with Kevin and who else? A few of them, Knife Crazy and Carolina Knives and Barlow Jim, I think it is, the old timer. So they can post right on my YouTube channel in my playlist their best or their most video they want featured in my playlist if they have time. It's a pretty cool feature now on YouTube. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna do a video on I'm gonna record a video tonight, I believe, on I probably won't have it released till tomorrow morning sometime because I'm not staying up till 7 in the morning editing like I have been. Takes a long time, a lot of work to edit as a YouTuber. That's why a lot of guys would rather just go live or just film on the spur. Yep, Kevin's the knife doctor. His actual name is Walter. Walter Kevin. His middle name's Kevin. I say, "What's up, Walt?" And then I laugh. But and then I'm gonna start doing. Yeah, tonight I'm gonna do a video on how to stamp a leather slip, how to stamp leather. I'm gonna have that coming out next day or two, and then I'm gonna have a video on this holster that I made. Holds 2 knives for tactical purses and survival. I'll put it on here. Tell me what you think of it. Get the cigarette away from. Okay. Got a lot of clothes on here, so it's going to be a little rough. Okay, I got my Ontario here. And I got my Gerber strong arm here. Gerber strong arms ambidextrous. I could take it out that way to fight or this way to fight. And I got the SP2 Ontario Survival, made in America. Both are ambidextrous sheaths. I might redo the one for this Ontario. see here. I make these and sell them. My feed freeze here. You guys still here? That was twisted. Okay. My feed freeze here or what? You guys all still see me? The two of you? You have to make it for 2-inch fix in California. Yeah, that California's something else, man. I went there one time in LA and never again. I dated a girl that lived there in San Bernardino, down in the valley, back in the late 80s, no, early 90s, after I got out of the Navy. So what do you think of my my holster? Snap it. I make these. Maybe one day I'll do a video on making them. This here for this side, for the Gerber strong arm. If you see it, it's got a bunch of holes in it in the back. See that? They're all 3/4 of an inch spread apart. You could put anything on here. You could put a Tech Lock on it. You could put a Tech Lock compatible knife on it, knife sheath. It's compatible with just about every sheath that's out right now with the Ulti-Clip and Tech Lock systems. So you can hang any knife you want from here. So can I. That was my design to make it so you could do that. The holes are 3/4 of an inch away. A lot of them are 1.5 inches. Oh, I'm telling you, San Bernardino. Yeah, she actually was from Portland, Oregon, so I flew out there to her place in San Bernardino to LAX, and then ended up driving. I got a rental car and drove up to Portland with her for Christmas in 1994. And her grandmother lived up in Washington, Seattle, so I went up and had breakfast on a Space Needle and got me a Dungeness crab omelet. That was pretty something. Oh yeah, it's quick. It gets the job done. You know, I can put the knife in there, like I said, either direction. So with this one in particular, so if I pull it out like this, I can pivot it that way, or vice versa. Yeah, I'm sure it's worse. Middle class is gone. You got to make $175,000 a year to be in the middle class today, if you adjust with inflation. I don't want to make this a political debut here, but just a quick thing I like to let all Americans understand is the banks own Washington. The banks own all the important corporations, all the important land. The banks are draining our wealth. They own Wall Street. They decide who wins and loses. They own it all. Ron Paul was right when he ran for president a few terms back. Time to end the feds. It's a cartel of international bankers that's owned by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that answers to absolutely nobody. And when you don't have no GPS or GDP, no growth in the United States, we're not making anything. Then the government can't sell their bonds anymore because the countries are all collapsing with them. And it's all the IMF doing it. And they're not buying our bonds. They know our dollar's tanking. It's just a matter of time. They're already talking about shutting down Washington again on television. And that happened under Trump's first administration, and it happened under Obama's administration. It's a joke, man. The banks are destroying us. Each president's costing us over $8 grand a year more to live when they're out of office, including Trump, Obama, Biden. It's just a joke. So now that you know that, I'll get off that kick. And I was in L.A. and my girlfriend decided before we left for Portland she wanted to go rollerblading. Wrong move. I mean, I grew up playing hockey and ice skating, so I could skate like a mother. And you know, I've been in martial arts for 40 years, so I can move my legs with skates on, with them off. And I had a panhandler in Muscle Beach trying to sell me something while I'm fucking rollerblading. And I actually just did a complete 360 roundhouse kick on a sumbitch and dropped him and took off bad out of hell. And the cops couldn't catch me and I hid. Got away from that one. But the next time I was there, he never bothered panhandling to me on rollerblades. Yeah, everything is political anymore because it's affecting our lives the most. But so we just gotta enjoy it. You know, do what we love to do the most. Hey, there's Blacksmith. How you doing? Showing off some of my knives here. 1911's here. Blacksmith just entered the house, saying hey to everybody. Yeah, just a little catch up. I was telling Kevin about I was teasing him actually. The Buck don't actually make a fixed blade Buck 110 or 12, so I'm making a fixed blade Buck 112 slim. It's one blade. And then I'm making I got a magnet on here, but I'm making a one-handed razor. Here's the bolsters here. I got both bolsters done. I just got to finish my spring and heat treat it. Put a grind on the blade. This is the jig I use for assembly and sanding it down once it's together. Each one of these wooden plywood, 7-ply plywood jigs are made to fit the shape of the blade so I don't sand past and get it exact every time I sand it. How you doing there, Blacksmith? Thanks. Yeah, did you see I got my holster here for both my knives. I got one up. This is the Ontario. And then this one's down. This is the Gerber Gator, or Strong Arm, I'm sorry. This is one I just did a video on it last night. I gotta make a lanyard for this. I like these hand lanyards. You know, I mean, when you're bushcrafting, you won't obviously use it when you're fighting, but you drop the knife, it doesn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? I love them. I'm gonna put one on this because I use these, you know, these tactical survival fighting knives more for survival, for bushcraft purposes. I'm gonna start doing videos on bushcrafting too. The military style for my BM manual. And I designed this, you can see in the back here. You just put your two arms in the front and slide it over your head. I designed it for the tech lock systems and anything designed for tech lock or ulti-clip. You see a series of holes. They're 3/4 of an inch apart. And all your tech lock and your ulti-clips, they all run around the 3/4 inch principle. 1.5 inches usually to 3/4 of an inch. So in the back of it here, you can put any knife sheath you have which is basically all of them, on this. It's just a matter of pulling up your garment, reaching up for your knife, and it's ready. That's a fighting position. This one here, you can fight from here. I didn't have it in fighting position though. It'd be like this. Yep. So what I wanted to do, Brainstorming Sunday, my lanyard video. Cool idea on the bullet casings. Yeah, it's fairly easy to make the bullet casing beads, you know. Most of them bullet casing, like the one I said in the video, I lost it and flung across my shop, and I'm like, oh, what's that with that? So I made one out of tubing. But yeah, that one, it's in my playlist. I'll have all the lanyard videos in the playlist. I got playlists to separate every type of video I do, and I'll be adding more and more playlists to it. Like I'm gonna have a leatherwork playlist. I started out making knives probably about 20 years ago, and I quit doing it because I could never find sheaths to match my knife, and you know I didn't know nothing about leatherwork. So 10 years ago I started doing leatherwork, and 9 years ago I started doing knives again because I started getting good at doing the leatherwork, making my own sheaths. So now I do both. I have Kodiak Edge on Facebook. It's Kodiak Edge Bladesmithing here on YouTube. And I have Backwoods Leather. That's my leather Facebook page. And I think I might have a Backwoods Leather YouTube channel too, and I haven't figured out how to log into it yet. Switch around. I'll get around to it sooner or later, but I don't really want to stream on both of them at the same time, you know what I mean? I have links to all my work, my Facebook pages in particular. I have my carving page, my woodworking page, my leather page, all my Facebook pages. I probably got about 8 of them. They're linked up in the description up top under my header on my channel here. No, I'm not a certified bladesmith. I'm a certified YouTube University bladesmith. I've got bladesmith friends, and I've learned on YouTube, and I can make just about anything on a metal. I am a certified welder. I got certified in welding in 1983. I'm a retired union carpenter, millwright carpenter. I basically built anything with machines in powerhouses, in refineries, Did a lot of scaffold work in refineries. Built a lot of houses in my apprenticeship. Uh, Never toyed with blacksmithing in the 80s when I got certified for welding. I didn't even think about it then. But if you can take a piece of steel and craft a beautiful knife out of it, you're a bladesmith. You know, education to me, from the Latin word educo, to induce, from knowledge, doesn't come from books with a degree or a certification. It comes from knowledge. And that's what the Latin context of the word educo, or to educe, where the name education came from. Henry Ford had a fourth grade education, and he proved that in the courts. Henry Ford was paying his competition 4 times more than his competition, his laborers, his workers, and they were pissed, so they took him to court for doing it. And they pointed out that he had a fourth grade education. He wasn't an educated man. But Ford, by the time he left the courthouse, proved him wrong. I'm a well-educated man. My knowledge, educo, it's his principle he came up with that I just told you here. A hobby for 17 years, blacksmithing, huh? Yeah, I mean, I like to toy a little more and more into it. I got several blacksmithing books. Let me see if I got one close by. Nope. I do somewhere in that mayhem. But yeah, I've been reading up on it, on anvils, where they came from, everything about them. It's fascinating. I mean, yeah, I'm spontaneous. I used to do all kinds of things. You'll see on my playlist that I also had a lure company at one time. I was one of the best, not saying the best, but one of the best balsa crankbait makers in the country. I had my baits in the FLW and the BASS and all the pros' hands. I still have a couple pros that I make them for, and one of my best friends in North Carolina, Newport. He's a retired FLW pro. We fished a lot in tournaments together and everything else. So all the anglers, Jimmy Houston, uh, Art Ferguson, Larry Nixon, Mark Martin. I fished in the back of the boats with all them guys. I've had my baits in Bassin magazine every year for a decade. The chief editor, Brad Ewell, he used to run my baits. I'd send him free baits, and he'd run them every quarter. And then Doug Stange, the chief editor from In Fisherman, asked me to if he could do a thing on my walleye jigs I make. I'm a multi-species fisherman. I also love the tie flies. You can see here, these are all my streamer flies for smallies here in the Illinois rivers. Magnetic piece of foam. I got them all stuck on. There's over 100 there. I can grab what I want when I go. I love fly fishing. I go to the Neuse River in North Carolina, fish for bones, and reds. Love red fishing. Nothing greater than getting a 40-pound bull red on your line. They had a 9-foot pole, just go whew. 11 weight rod and reel, just whew, gone. Oh, Yeah, I was going to my YouTube here on my cell phone because the feed for some reason is a lot quicker on here than it is. Okay, there I go. I gotta turn this down so it don't echo. Yeah, I was going to my YouTube. Alright. Okay, yeah, like I said, I wanted to do a thing on every Sunday. Come on about this time, 10 o'clock, for those who are interested, if you can remember. So it'll be the ones that ain't getting ready for bed, usually, or, for the next week's work week. But right now, a lot of people have the whole weekend off for the holidays. Probably till Thursday, if not Monday through Thursday. I was a BM3 when I got out of the Navy. I was in for 4 years. I went in the end of '89. I was in Desert Storm, the Kuwaiti Liberation, and I initially went in to be a Navy SEAL, and I couldn't pass the Class A swim test to even get into the initial breakdown training. I was smoking a pack and a half of cigarettes a day right before I went in, so that kind of put a damper on it. So I didn't strike over, go to NA school for anything. I just wanted to be a boatswain's mate because I knew if I drove a ship, I could drive the SEAL team members. So I ended up going to riverboat school and become a captain of a riverboat up and down the Red Sea, taking the Marine recons and SEAL Team 6 on their missions, spraying the shorelines. We did a lot of damage. I don't really like talking about it though. I was part of Stabs. If you look it up, you'll know what it is. Desert Storm. So being a Stabs riverboat captain, I had to, anybody that is in control of a small craft don't have to be a enlisted officer to be considered a captain. I was the boatswain's mate captain. So I had to learn all the different tasks of the boat, since it was my responsibility as a riverboat captain to handle everything. We had a boiler tech on the boat with us, and me. And both the boiler tech and we had to go to small arms tactical fighting classes with the SEAL teams and the recons. We had to learn how to use and operate every small arm that they carried. In case something happened to them, we had to know our shit. But we didn't. Our training was nowhere near what theirs is. Theirs never ends. Never ends. But I learned a lot from it and took a lot from it. Since the early '80s, I've been involved in martial arts, and I learned a lot with them. And got my black belt by the time I was 14 years old before I went in the Navy, and I learned a lot with them. It was fun. But most of our assignments was not fun. Yep, so a long answer to your question is I was a BM3 when I got out. Surface Warfare, Air Surface Warfare Specialist, ASWAS. Blue Jacket Manual. You're welcome, Blacksmith. I got my BM manual here somewhere. I don't know where the hell I put it. This was my father's. This thing was wrote in, here it is. Holman BH. Ben Henry Holman, my father. He was a CB in the Navy. A BU builder. I went in the Navy because he did. I actually had a high school, went in the Army, and I got a medical discharge out of the Army in 85. I had bad allergies, couldn't control it. They wanted me to stay there and pull KP during Christmas leave, and I'm like, no thanks, give me my orders, I'm going home. I'll resign if I get my allergies out of my system. 7 years later, I lost my allergies. My body chemistry changed, and I no longer have allergies. I don't break out in hives like I did when I went into the Army. I was in the 119th Infantry Division, Combat Engineers, Corps of Engineers, U.S. Army. We had a base right here at home in Joliet, Illinois, just south of Chicago. And I was in the enlisted reserve program, so I was six months unactive service, so I actually was learning my skills for 6 months before I actually went into the active duty. Went into basic training, and I got almost graduation. Christmas break was there, and I had to stay and pull 2 weeks of KP, and instead I was like, fuck that, I'm going home. Give me my orders. So, 5 years later, I joined the Navy. I lost my allergies, and it went away, and I joined the Navy, because my dad did. My rasp, my seal sag seal put, done with the Farrier's rasp. That's the one side. I just love the texture of that rasp. I made a lot of money with a rasp. Like I said, I was a farrier in the early 80s. We used to trim and shoe horses and weld borium on the tips of their shoes for the tracks. We get paid $65, $70 a head when it's just pinned together. It's not done yet. I gotta heat treat it yet. But I wanted that rasp to show all the way around, and I got the zebra wood on here. I might even carry this for self-defense. Let's see how it fits in one of these sheets, huh? This is the Ontario. Oh yeah, it's made for it. These don't work for it, but it's a good friction, and it's up position anyway, so it's there. Thank you, Blacksmith. Yeah, so I'm looking for this note here. I want you all to check this out. If you want, you're gonna pay like 300 bucks almost for the knife, but if you carry any knife, it's well worth it. You get what you pay for, and it's made in America. Where is my note on it? Maybe I have it on my other page. Hold on a second here. Ay, ay, ay. Look at my history here in my YouTube. There's Kevin the Knife Doctor. Went to see him live today. Yuck, yuck. Good man though, man. Full time now. I tell you, this one video I made, how to disassemble a knife in under 3 minutes. I've actually done it several times under a minute and a half, but that's not the point. The point is, I never had a video over 1,000 views, and in 5 days I got 11,000 views on this video, and it gained me, I was at 364 subscribers. I am now at 727 or 30 some subscribers in 5 days. I gained over 400 subscribers in 5 days. I do a lot of reading. This is one of my favorite books here. War, Mortality, and the Military Profession. Paperback. Check that out and see if you can find one on eBay. I don't think you'll get one on Amazon unless it's a revised edition. If you like anything military. So this is my father's Blue Jacket manual from 1960. He was a BU, a builder, and he built the Marine barracks in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and then 30 years later I ended up there and actually walked in the barracks that he built. I can't seem to find my Blue Jacket manual. It's floating around here somewhere. Here's my last command right here. USS Thomas C. Hart FF-1092. It's a frigate, anti-submarine. Helo pads on it. That was second to last ship actually. My last ship was in dry dock John F. Kennedy before we dry docked it. I didn't get to go out at sea in it. Didn't get to drive it, but I drove this ship right here. I was at the helm many nights after the wartime efforts. Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of guys using razor blades, and they're just not the right tool. That nickel silver does damage on them razors. Plus you get it stuck and wedged in there, and it's just too slow. I learned my skills from a factory worker, became designer for man, I can't even think right now. I read and watched everything this man's wrote and done in the knife industry. I cannot think of his name. I haven't checked into him in a long time. Yeah, I hate that when I brain fart. I need to take more omega-3s. He worked for Camulus. Yeah, he was in the field for 30 years, and he started designing his own knives. His name will come to me. And I've learned everything that he does, everything the man does. And he started designing his own knives on the side, and Camulus said, hey, how'd you like to be in our design department? So he went from the field after 30 years to a designer those last 10 years before Camulus pulled it. Alright, 1911, thanks for stopping in, bud. I'll have a lot of new content. Merry Christmas to you. Enjoy your holidays. Peace. I gotta shave. My wife wants to cut my hair and I keep blowing her off. But, so we just got, you're just a loner in here right now, Blacksmith. I wanted to tell you all, this is Brainstorm Sunday. I mean, give me ideas. What would you like to see me do on my channel? I want to get ideas from my subscribers, the ones that's going to help support me and get me to the next level. What would you like me to see me? Thank you. Yeah. What would you like to see me film? What kind of videos y'all like? I write notes all the time. I got this notepad here. I wish I could find that one note. I got too many notes in front of me. So it's 11:36. Been on an hour and a half already. No, 1 hour. A little under an hour. Oh. Blacksmith, what would you like to see? Let me see. Want me to film something on my anvil or what? Please don't say making a knife from railroad spike. It's the worst fucking metal you could use. It's got a carbon content, I think, of less than 0.3%, 0.03%. Repairing the pocket folders, cool. Replacing blades and scales and such, yeah. Yeah, you gotta watch that when you're gonna take a knife apart. If you don't do no research on the knife and how it's built, and you can't always assume that it doesn't have it, but they got the keyhole slots to put the scales and liners together over the blade. If that's the case, you can't be trying to knock the blade out of it like that in the rear bolster. You're better off just to play it safe. Is to do, same concept. You can stick that blade that I showed you, a hardened blade, in the middle of the knife, inside between the spring and the liner, and pop the rocker lock or the spring lock or the rocker bar for traditional folder. Pop that. Them are always the same. And a lot of times on these keyhole knives, once you do that, once that spring, rocker spring pin is busted, then it's just a matter of taking the scales and going towards the spine with it and up. It pops it. They come off like the charade. Charade's known for that, so you can't take it apart like a buck 110. They're fixed folder, locked back folder, locked back hunting folder, and a lot of their knives, a lot of the Boy Scout knives, they got them keyhole slots that put the scales on. So it's a really innovative design, because all you got to do is pop that spring pin. Once you pop that spring pin, and then you can just disassemble the whole knife to where you can get to the scales on the underside to grind off the rivet the painting pin heads or the plastic molded heads that hold the scales in place, depending on what materials the scales are on the handle. So if you're in doubt, just bust that spring pin first and see if you can't go this way or that way with the whole assembly. You know, the liners, the bolsters, and the scale are all together with keyhole slots that usually it's up and you got to go down and lock it in place, which makes sense towards the blade. You pop that and see if it comes apart like that if you're not certain. I'll tell you right now, buck 110, buck 112, all their fixed blade lockbacks are the same, basically. You can pop that blade pin first if you want, if you have to replace the blade. I got that knife back together. You seen that video? Here it is. I got frustrated with pinning it. It was a booger bear, but there's that micarta. Now I got a lot of sanding to do on it yet. This is the knife you see me take apart in the video. The old scales, the new scales. Plastic garbage. This is them epoxy scales that I made. Kind of looks like a burl, don't it? It turned out sweet. I went all brass on the inside, including the spring pin. And brass can't get as hard as steel with age. Sometimes you gotta anneal it to work with it. You know, you being a blacksmith, you should know. It doesn't have carbon in it, but it does with time get hard. That guy's name's gonna come to me sooner or later, from Camulus. Some of the old folders have a metal emblem in the scales. How do you inlay it back in place? Well, it depends on the material. There's two ways of putting them shields in. The emblems, better known as the shield or crust. Back in the early days, 1800s, early 1900s, there's two holes drilled through the liners, or the scale material itself, if not the liners too. And they had two pins on it, and you go through the holes and you just bend them over and hold it in place. But anything after like the 50s, they started gluing them in. And there's two different glues. Epoxy, CA glue, super glue. The CA glue versus the wood glue. Some materials you can't use wood glue on, like the plastics, you can't use wood glue on it. And a lot of times CA glue, even with an accelerator, won't stay long. So epoxy is the option. Like, epoxy is the option for, you just need a little bit, put it on there, just stick it in, put tape around the knife so it puts pressure down on it. Then overnight, take the tape off and you're good. But most of the shields are glued in now. It's faster in the process of making the knife. Oh, how do I inlay it back in? Well, it's tricky. You want to get your thickness of your scale before you shape it on the knife, so where it's flat, and you know. Yeah, I route them in with a Dremel tool. I got a router attachment for my Dremel, and I route them in. Now, if I do enough of them, I'll make a router template that that the fence for the router attachment on the will ride along, so it'll be a bigger oval. Say if that shield's oval, it'll be 5 times bigger because the bits, the distance from the center to that pattern that you make, it's like an inside pattern. And you'll do it when the scale's flat. So essentially, you'll have a piece of 3/8 Luan or MDF or plastic or whatever you cut out and pre-make it that shape. Okay, and then the shield is that small. So you're cutting out this small shield hole, right? But this is the bigger one here. That's your what the fence of your router attachment on your Dremel will ride on. It'll cut a perfect shield exterior. Then you just go back and forth and cut out the middle. But you know, if you do a lot of knives, say if you put new scales on a lot of knives, say one particular knife, then make that thing. If not, you're better off spending some money and getting a laser engraver cutter, because you can preset that on a PC or a laptop or even your phone to cut out patterns. But and then it could be a handle that's already done with the laser engraver, you know. And you can actually buy small CNC machines for under $1,000 that'll do the same thing. But mostly starting out like us, you know, Dremel tool with the router attachment on it. And then it could take you 3-4 hours to make a jig, like I was describing to you. But it'll be worth it. Put a hole in the top of the jig and just hang it, because if you ever do another one of them knives, you'll have it. And I'm making them now. So when you do it with the router, you want to make sure the scale is the thickness the scale is going to be. So it'll be the top where you're going to stop sanding, you know. And then you can give yourself an allowance too. You know, you can also make it deeper here if you got more on the scale that you have to take off. But you got to be careful, because you don't want to you don't want to grind away on that shield if it's got case on it or something like that. So you're best off putting your jig on it, and I've done them freehand. I got in a pinch where I done them freehand. It just takes a little longer, but you can do it if you got a steady hand. But make sure your scale material's flat when you in the right, like I said, the right thickness. That would be a good video to show how to cut out shield, how to hand cut perfect shields and knife scales. I'll write that one down. Maybe I'll do a video on it. Make a jig and show everybody. See, I want to be different than any other channel out there. I want to be everybody's one source stop for information on knives. You want to learn how to do a scale, make a scale, want to learn how to carve anything on the knife, hand carve it, hand carve the knives, the scales, make lanyards, heat treat them. I'm just getting started. So make a video on, just be watching for it. Blacksmith, I'll have it. I don't know when it'll come out. Probably within the next week or two, because I gotta make the jig. I'll do one for a case knife or something common a lot of people work on. Make a video on jig for cutting shield pockets. So I hope I answered your question there. You know, normally it's epoxy or wood glue. It depends on what the shield is. You'll scuff up the surface on just about any shield on the bottom side before you glue it in. And to tell you the truth, a lot of them companies like Booker, they lose a lot of shields out of their knives, and they just CA glue them in with the accelerator. That's why they pop out, because the elements get to them shields, and it's so thin that the heat, the cold, it breaks that CA glue loose. But now when most knife companies make a knife, they don't epoxy nothing on it. I have a video on that. Like the Buck 110, they don't even CA glue them on. But a lot of your manufacturers, especially the ones in the repair shops for the manufacturers, they CA glue the scales back on, and then they pin it. Once them pins are put in properly, you know, them heads are like nail heads. They don't, they're nail heads on each side once they're pinned. And them scales ain't gonna back out, come off. I've never had a 110, 112 scales come off. Unless it cracked, I'm a night owl, so I might be here another hour. Like I said, I'm a retired carpenter. I retired in 2022. 40 years as a union carpenter. I got a pop going and a coffee going. Gas station coffee. I'm going to get some of that Knife Doctor's coffee, some of the Deep South's coffee. Try it all. I mostly drink vet-owned business stuff. A lot of stuff I buy is from vet-owned businesses. You'll see a video on my page. It's a short on a vet-owned company. That side buster with the yellow scales on it. I got all their knives now. They only got like 14 of them. But they're all made by a vet-owned company. How about forging the bail wire for replacing broken bail hangers on old folders? How about forging the bail wire for replacing bail hangers on old folders? I don't follow what you're saying. What knife you talking about? Bail wire. You got me on this one. I've heard of bail hangers, but I didn't know this. Explain that to me a little bit more. What knives are you talking about? Bail wire, or is it the spring wire? Oh, yeah. Like on the scouting knives, you mean? Bail hangers. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Duh. Yeah, let me see here. I gotta get one of them knives, I'll show you. days. The bale wires, I got you. Well, this one here I did in a video, if you've seen it. I rescaled it with that brown burlap micarta. And again, this knife has them keyhole slots in it. So I had to bust that middle pin to get it apart. I didn't stick a blade between the blade and bust it like I did in that last video I made. And then once this knife's together, what you'll do is you'll take, since you got a keyhole slot under this scale, let me see if I can get a pointer here for you. And I'll use another knife that I modified as a example because it's a little bit lighter. Okay. First of all, this is a case scout knife that I redid with zebra wood scales, and the bales are put on last. And what you got is you got your let me see if I can get in a better position here. You got 2 blades here, 2 springs here for 4 different tools on either side. But you got this whole liner here in bolsters, nickel silver bolster on brass. It's all one piece. Okay. Now that there's a hole through the bolster that shares with the bale in the keyhole. Okay. The blades in the middle bolster, the middle liner, you can't take apart unless you break it. And you don't want to do that because if you break, like I showed you in that video where you take that knife and you just pound down and bust out the pins, well, there's an individual pin for each blade on this side and an individual pin over here for each blades on that side, on both sides of that middle liner that holds the blades to the middle liner. End of that pin has a nail head on it that goes in a keyhole slot on these scales, the outer scales. So there's a liner in the bolster with a whole keyhole slot in it. You follow me? That same hole is shared with the one that holds the blades in the middle liner together and the bale. Okay? So before you put this knife together, you will peen the head of a bale pin so that it stays in a flush mounted beveled surface under this bolster inside of it, so it's slightly free. So when you put the knife back together, that'll be sticking out. Okay. And then once you reassemble the knife, you slide these scales on top and bottom, and the keyhole slots going from the spine of the knife. You'll slide it this way till that keyhole slot locks it in place above the knives. Okay. And then you drive the center pin and it locks it in place. So on this knife, that center pin locks this whole knife together. Okay. Not these here because they're floating. But the middle pin that holds the blades in place has a nail head on each side that slides in the keyhole slot on the scales, if it makes sense to you. And when you drive that spring pin in, You put this in your vise with all your blades out, and you clamp it so that it puts pressure on that spring so that the hole lines up. Drive your pin through your springs and all your blades, or both your springs. I'm sorry, and everything, your scales and your springs. It goes through. That locks these outside keyhole slots in place. And like I said, as you have it apart, you'll put that pin in here sticking up before you put it together. And then once it's together, you get your pin in there. Then that's the last thing you'll do. Now you'll bend this bail out, and you'll have that. You want that pin the same thickness of the pin in height. Add a couple millimeters, and then you'll bend this bail back onto them on each side. Once it's bent on, then you'll lightly peen it on both sides. Peen, peen, peen. 3-4 hits. Peen, peen, peen. Lightly until and you want to go kind of like in a circle with your peening hammer to get that nice rounded look. If the bail has a bevel in it, you can almost sand them down flush to where it'll disappear. But you got to make sure there's a bevel in that hole in the bail to do that. Well, that's a good idea. I mean, I did show, I don't think I showed peening that back together, but how to put video for how to put bales back on scout knives. That's why I'm doing this tonight. Brainstorming for videos here, and you're helping a lot, believe me. Okay, I'll have it done then. You want to see it done? I'll have it. Maybe that's a quick, easy one. Here's a Victorinox that I put brown micarta on. Didn't turn out perfect, but oh well, it's my knife. If I did somebody, I would pretty much take my time. You do know the custom shop for Victorinox, you can get screw on. It screws to itself, goes over. You take this key ring off. It screws. It goes over and under that hole that the key ring's in, and it's tapped on the opposite side, and you can screw on a pocket clip. You can actually put these in pocket clips now from the custom shop from Victorinox. And you can also order any color of these toothpicks, scales, pin heads, pencils, pens, screwdrivers for the things. I got a couple of custom. This one my wife got me for Christmas a couple years ago. I'm half Irish, so she got me one at the custom shop. It's the clovers of the Irish. So I'm yet to get the screwdriver for it, and I'll get it with the green handle on it from the custom shop, and I'll get a pocket clip for it too. I don't know, do I have one in this folder here? Let me see here. Do you order the bail or forge it? You could forge it. I mean, it's no big deal, but usually nickel silver. You know what I mean? Stainless, but I just have a bunch of old knife parts laying around. If I need them, I got them. I got extra bales, and I always am in the hunt, like Kevin, for the fixer-ups that I can put aside for future repair jobs. I got an upholstery shop too. I do custom Harley seats, and I end up on my off time making purses for women. So I go thrift stores, antique shops, and garage sales looking for them cheap buys for under $1, and I load up on junk purses nobody buys if it's got nice decent hardware on it. And I just cut all this shit off I want to use for future purses for women. I probably only make 2 or 3 of them a year now, but well, you'll be surprised, doing like what the knife doctor does. I won't turn down a broke down knife if it's got usable parts on it. Usually they only have it for $5 or less, and you can say, hey, this thing's junk, I'll give you $1 for it. That's my final offer, and usually they sell it to you. But it's got a bail on it, it's got a couple springs, you know what I mean? And you'll be surprised just doing that, garage sales especially. You go to garage sales and they selling knives. Majority of my knives come from garage sales when I ask them if they have any knives in the house. Because people having garage sales don't feel safe having knives out. But if you're out in the country and they look like country folks, and you present yourself as a country folk, and especially if me being a bladesmith or, a knife guru, I got one on me, I'm showing them my work, they're like, oh, that's cool. Makes it a little more comfortable. And then I'll ask them, you would by chance have it in a house you wouldn't want to get rid of, would you? And 70% of the time they bring them out, and I end up buying them. I've got some really expensive knives that belonged in a collection for people who don't know what they got. I got a Kershaw flash. Brand new in a box from a fellow I asked if he had knives. He never used it, sat in his house for 5 years. Brand new in the box, $5. It's $100 knife. I get lots of knives like that, lots of them. I got over 1,000 knives. Less fixed than folders. I got more folders, probably 600 or so. Yeah, that's it. And some of these scout knives, they don't even come with the bales. This one here I believe is a Camp King. No, this was just another Imperial. So I take it you like the scout knives? I love them. I've got the warish. Here's 2 World War II soldiers' knives with the easy outs. They're genuine bone. They were given to the soldiers in World War II. I collect a lot of the military ones. Camulus and Charade. You're a knife collector, you gotta have one of these. You gotta have a Camp King. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because he's trying to take an unhardened. I'm pretty sure them things are unhardened. I'm not. Don't quote me on it. I never checked. But he's trying to take a thin blade through a chunk piece of nickel silver. First of all, nickel silver is harder than that steel that he's using that razor blade. I sometimes I wish I had video vision where I could talk to him immediately. But it's not my job to tell people what to do. I can only lead them to finding out how to do it the right way. And after a while, he'll figure it out, just like I did. I used to drill them out. A lot of times your bit wanders, and like I said, this knife's 100 years old. You know, look at them pins. It's the reason why this stays together unglued or unepoxied, and the reason why this stays together pinned is because they have that bevel at the surface. When you pound down on that pin, it expands more and more and creates a nail head. Okay. Now, like I said, if you drill into that pin from the top instead of busting it out in the middle, if you drill into that, your bit's going to wander into that cone that's created, that bevel. And if you touch that beveled edge at all, that as you're pinning that pin down, it's not going to seat right. You're going to have gaps around it. You'll see a lot of time when he does the pins, he'll round them over instead of grinding them flush. I don't think he realizes yet, but he will, that they're beveled. And it's a nail head. When you pin that pin, it expands. And you can go ahead and sand it down, Kevin. Make it flush. Just like the factory did. Not going to come apart. You know, a lot of guys think that they got to be rounded over the bolsters. No. You could tell that when you just look at any knife. Majority of the knives don't have rounded over bolsters. A lot of them do, you know, like these militaries, rounded over. Now what you want to do is you want to make yourself a bit for rounding these over. And I'm in the process of doing it right now because I'm sick of pinning them over and then putting them down. And you know, you'll see Kevin will put them in the vise. You know, pin over the one side first, get that nice roundness, and then he'll turn it around and then just do the opposite side. Well, that's fine if you get a knack for it and everything else. But they actually make even a hand one. It's essentially a roundover bit where it's concave on the tip, the shape of the pins. You can get them in different sizes. And I'm actually looking to buy a set of them. But they actually, if you look inside of it, on the tip of it, it looks like a real tiny micro file in there. So and it's concave. So you just take that thing and go like this, or like a screwdriver, and you're rounding over them pins. That's what you want to do. Now, they also have it for the drill press. You put it in the drill press, and you peen them pins just till you get to the scale material, and then you don't want to mar into the scale material. Then you go with the drill press and come down on it several times, heats it up kind of, and it rounds over the pin inside the scale, so you're not hitting anything, and it looks professional like that. I'll show you a knife that's got it. Just about any. Here's a spring pin in an old Scout here. I don't know if you can see that. See how it's below the surface of the scale, like most of them are. That's achieved by a drill press. They actually have with that round over, you know, they'll pin them on one side like Kevin does. But then they'll take that down in there and then they'll turn it over, and then they'll use the drill press with that bit in there, that round over bit. Up and down, and it, you know, you can use an arbor press. You can pin them pins with that bit till you get that nice roundness to it. I saw the knife doctor using razor blade steel pins. Definitely like an old Scout knife. I also hit the antique stores and flea markets for old American pocket knives. Yeah, you got to. I mean, it's your. This is a Camulus, 1970s Scout knife. Picked up in North Carolina on vacation, 4th of July. It's got a lockback can opener and a lockback screwdriver on it, believe it or not. See the lockbacks on it? Or the liner locks, I mean. Not a lockback, liner locks on both sides. Isn't that cool? That's the 70s Scout knife, a Camulus. And you open this bottle opener screwdriver. I don't really like opening both sides because they're on the same spring and you can actually snap them. Now you can see the liner lock better. Both of them tools, liner lock. Which I guess for a Scout it's crucial that they don't come up on you as a youngin. Yeah, I love the Scout knives. I've been collecting them for a couple years now. I wish I would have started collecting them sooner, but you can only collect so much, and then top it off, you're making knives too, so you ain't got much time to collect as you do making them. But yeah, these envelopes I get for my knives. These are all my Scouts here, Scouts and Camp Kings. This one here is a German-made one, and I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something. See the feller on there? They have Kevin has breakfast with. I can't remember his name again. I'm bad with names. He loves the old military fixed blades and the old school. He loves the old school German knives. A lot of people don't realize this, but Jim Parker is one of the biggest staples in cutlery history. Now this is a rust-free critter, otter. You don't see these too often. It's got a bill on it. Geber Burns, solid in Germany. And this knife here is made better than a Victorinox will ever be. Better than a case knife will ever be. And I'm going to tell you why. The pride in the Germans in the old school market. I'm getting all the tools out here so you can see them. Jim Parker bought Bulldog brand knives back in the 80s off the fellow that actually started the company right away because he didn't have the finances. And by the way, Jim Parker made the best, had it contracted out through Queen, and Queen had BGC, Bluegrass Cutlery, make the best case knives that were ever made. The classics by Jim Parker and Bluegrass Cutlery. And Jim Parker still owns Bulldog brand knives. The company, he bought it after the first year or two. The guy started the company, and the guy that started the company, is still on the board with him. You know what I mean? Or he might have passed away. I'm not sure. I gotta find out more information on him. And then he also had a famous Japanese bladesmith. So he had the best two blade smiths and designers in the industry back in the early 80s, all the way up to till today. He still has this famous Japanese swordsmith making some of his brands of knives. It still has Bulldog brand knives and making other knives for other companies still. And the German technology, one Bulldog brand knife, the blade, one blade on a Bulldog brand knife has almost 250 steps to making one blade, hand forged. They're all hand forged. Definitely like the old Scout knives. I also hit the antique. Very nice knife. Okay. This is called the Otter, rust free. Okay. And this is German. The Gerb Burns and solid in Germany. I mean, just look at these clamshell scales on it. Look at the quality of this thing. And look at them blades. It's thicker than a Victorinox. Just slightly over. But everything on there is hand forged. There ain't nothing running a machine on this in the 70s. Nothing. Even them pins. That was before Case started putting them on the side busters. Right here. Actually, Case got that idea. Brass washers with brass pins. Stainless steel washers with stainless steel pins. Nickel silver washers, nickel silver. But just look at even that bottle opener there. It's got the easy up on it. And if you can see it, You see the grinding on that? The grinding finish? This thing's like in mint shape. I just gotta clean it up a little. Them scales, man, just that's like like a clamshell in there. They call it clamshell something. I can't remember. But I love a good German knife, and I'm starting to collect the bulldogs. And I will get all the Case Classics. Hopefully, my wife allows it. A video with the bit to drill the rounded head pins. Where did you get the bit? It would be very difficult to fabricate that, but well, you can make it out of another bit, but you want probably a center lathe, you know, with a carbide or a diamond concave cutter that'll go into it while it's turning on the lathe. You know what I mean? So they sell them, and there's a couple videos online that show you how to make them. So on YouTube, type it in and see what you come up with. But man, just, you know, 60s, 70s, I haven't even touched this thing, man. I might have cleaned it with some Never Dull, but that's about it. And, you know, listen to this. Listen to that snap, boy. Everything. You know, this is a 50-year-old knife. Even the reamer. Corkscrew. Wow. Yeah, it is a cool knife. I love it. It's probably one of my favorites in my scouting knife collection. Like I said, though, Kevin, the knife doctor, he's a good dude, and he's came a long way from when he first started. I watched this probably the last half of his first year. I started watching him probably 6 months before he started. Or I didn't see 6 months of his videos when he started. But you know, him like I and you, I mean, we never stopped learning. You know, and it's people like us that help that grow. You know, that learning grow. I've got two of them, the female version and the male version. White scales and blue. I think I paid like $20, $30 a piece for them. But these are like new. My buddy's knife shop, you'll see him, his videos on my page. He has Quigley's cutlery. He's got over 3,000 knives in there. You know, anything cool he's got, it's in my collection. When I got the extra spending cash and the wife ain't killing me. Yeah, I mean, that's another one on my list, the Victorinox military knife. They got a military knife that is issued to the soldiers. But yeah, this is better than Victorinox by far. Okay, you get these Ross-free German scout knives in your hands, you're gonna know why. And compare it. Well, hello, Victorinox. This is the pen blade. We'll close it. My heater just kicked on. Now we'll close the pen blade on this one. Hear the difference? Same distance, same knife, same set of utensils. Let me do this. Okay, same distance, right? Slightly forward. Which one do you think is better? And it ain't just that. The steel in this knife is probably 5 times what the steel is in this. Even though this is Victorinox, it's a decent steel, but it's around that. It's still not. I think it's a 440 stainless in the A or B category, not the 440C, which is the cheaper of the three, as you know. But yeah, did you hear that? Let's try the can opener, huh? On both knives. Or the bottle opener, I'm sorry. It's crazy how this knife's got everything on it than that one does. Now, Victorinox has got the wire stripper on theirs, of course, right? Little guy right there. By the way, if you're just going to use that and you want to strip a wire efficiently, don't stick it in there and try to twist it. Stick it in there, stick your wire in there, bring this blade down on it. See that? See that? That's sitting on the wire now, right? Twist the wire, pull. That blade cuts it. Cuts the liner off perfectly. But we'll do this bottle opener here with the okay. Here we go. Swiss, German. This is a 2000 model. This is a 70s model. Hardly used. Hardly used. And that snap comes from the kick hitting the spring. Okay, a little blade terminology for you. Or itself, if it's not a blade, it don't have a kick. But this is what's hitting the spring right here. Okay. On a blade, you got a kick. That is what's hitting the spring, not the blade. That is what helps keep the blade away from the spring, all the way down. It's a spring shape to go around this blade, the distance of the kick away from it. So when you close the knife, you're hearing the sound of that kick hitting the spring. Okay? Now the louder that kick sound is when it hits that spring, that's a more dense, harder spring than the one that hits it a lot lighter. You follow me? As you know, as bladesmithing. Hardness, softness deadens sound. Hardness enhances sound. So you're essentially, like I say, when you close these blades, okay, with it an exception, a company like Laguiole French knives, yeah, I mean, they sell Leatherman and Victorinox. They try to keep up with one another, and they all do. But you see, so everything's a gimmick. Try to get people to buy all their different shit, you know, in their tools. Get from what company you like the best that has the tools that you want for specific jobs that you use the tool for. Knife's a tool. I ain't really caught up in the realm of some of these newcomers, these new YouTube channels where they got to show off every new knife that comes out. I'm not about knife reviews. You'll see me put one in there once in a while, like that Italian knife that I had a knife review of. I love the Italian knives. I love the German knives, Bokers. To me, Bokers and Bulldogs are the best in the world. And you look at the quality control of the case now; they're just garbage. Before the '90s, They were awesome. Quality control after Jim Parker sold the company to Zippo just went to shit. Zippo don't care about their quality control. They just want the money, you know. And they make so much. It's little minute errors here and there and here and there, but it's enough for these collectors to really start shunning them. So what happened is this big splurge of YouTube channelers showing off and reviewing all these knives, and all these collectors coming into the scene because of technology has jacked the price of everything up. I'll never buy a Benchmade. I'll never buy, well, you know, I got one Benchmade, and I'd probably get a Osborne before I'll get a Bug Out. They're just overpriced, you know. You know as well as I do that one sheet of metal will make 5 blades. You know, usually they get it the same as we do, but they get them in the bulk rates, you know, by CPM or wherever they're getting the metal from. Which, by the way, CPM's in the verge of bankruptcy. They gave their employees a 90-day notice for shutdown. MagnaCut, $27 a sheet. It'll make 5 blades on 5 fixed blade knives. Like Jack Wolf's got a MagnaCut blade. They sell for $475. Okay, 40%. What is it? 40%? No, less than 40. 30% goes on labor. No, 30% is profit. 10% is on materials, and like another 40 to 50% labor. So labor being the biggest cost, material only being 1/10. You know, and the price that they're charging for these knives, just crazy. I mean, you know, it costs Benchmade to make 5 blades for 5 knives for $27, just a blade. Now, Benchmade made $7.5 million with 230 employees. They essentially they made enough to give each employee after profits $250,000 a piece. Okay, Benchmade's one of the leaders right now, and Buck's up there with them. But Buck's got way more models, and their heat treating is way better. I bought a Victorinox in Switzerland, very much like a Leatherman, but more blades in it. Yeah, I got all the Victorinoxes with all the blades in them. I don't. They collect dust. Yeah, if I get a multi-tool, I want to have more blades in it, definitely, than tools, you know. And then I don't even think I own a Leatherman. Yeah, I have one Leatherman, and it's made for working on guns. It's got a 3/8 uh, adapter on it where you can screw in a cleaning rod for your gun. And then it's got the implements for taking the choke out and cleaning the bore out, you know, and the bolt carrier groups apart. That's the only Leatherman I got. You know, if I'm going out in the woods, backyard, I'll carry a Victorinox with me, or my own bushcraft knife with me. Some of my favorite EDCs will be on me, of course. A small Boker penknife that I would love to repair. It has a small broken blade. It's a 2-blade knife. I should be able to forge a higher carbon blade to replace the small blade. Yeah, I mean, I mean, unless you whittle, why would you want a pen blade? I mean, pen blades are designed to cut pens out of turkey quills. And who does that anymore, right? And unless you do a little whittling tasks, little fine things with a knife, you don't need a pen knife. I would forge it, and I'd forge a blade the shape you want it. It'd be one of a kind. It'll be worth more. It'll appreciate more than depreciate. Because somebody will see that and want it in their collection and say, hey, they never made one like this. I want it. go for it, man. A lot of these people telling me in my videos like how to disassemble a knife right way under 3 minutes. The one that's giving me the big boost in my subscribers. One feller's in there talking about wasting them perfectly fine scales on. Why would you touch a knife like that? I said, they're $50 knives, dime a dozen on eBay. You know what I mean? A lot of these old traditional folders, the big hunters, are just dime a dozen. Unless it's mint and in the box, you're not going to get over $100 for it anyway. 50, 60 bucks all day on eBay. So I told him, it's not my purpose of the video, buddy. You see the answer I answered him. Purpose of the video is to show people how to disassemble it, and yeah, I did want to put new scales in it. You see it here. I'm going to do a smaller knife. Makes it easier for folks on how to peen it together right. It's tougher for these bigger ones, and I don't want to show anybody on something that's too tough for them. But yeah, I put my own scales in it. I made these scales in a mold, epoxy mold I bought on Amazon, $7. I make my own epoxy mold, molded scales. So yeah, I just told the guy, I'm like, and when I custom out a knife, I take a $65 buck 110, and it's now a $350 knife because it's one of a kind. I belong to the buck 110 groups. I belong to the buck only groups on Facebook. There's thousands of people in there, and there's guys in there with 1,000 buck 110s because they got to have every buck 110 or 112 they can get their hands in. And more than half of their knives are by guys from like me, where they paid 4 or 5. Go to Kyle Noseworthy, and that's where I learned actually how to do buck 110s. Kyle Noseworthy, he's a Canadian. That dude's making a living on YouTube, and I'm retired, so I got a fixed income. I got a pension coming in, so I get a good pension. I got Social Security coming in a couple years, and I'm looking at 5,000 to 6,000 a month on YouTube as my goal. Even if I just make 2,000 to 3,000 a month on YouTube, I'm happy. You know, I want to quit doing side jobs outside the cold and quit dealing with the public with all this upholstery work, and I'll still continue to make people knives here and there and leather sheaths and stuff I want to do in my shop without leaving it. But yeah, Kyle Noseworthy, he's where I got my inspiration. He didn't teach me how to take the knives apart though. He did teach me how to take the buck 110 apart. He uses a razor blade to take the scales off after he grinds the pinheads off. But if you wanted to, I don't think he's done a video yet, and I should do this video, really. I have a buck 110 for a customer. I'm waiting for him to send that material in for me. He bought the material he wants to put on it. You see my video on my, it might be a short, buck 110 I would pine cone scales. Everybody loved that knife. I sold it to a fellow in California. But I got this customer's buck 110 here, and I got another one here that I actually used the spring in a different blade. See, we never see a buck 110 do that, right? So the spring's out of it, and so is the rocker lock. Okay, now this customer's here. This is a 1969 buck 110. I gotta send him a video tomorrow, see if he wants me to replace the blade or just do his scaled knife out of this 2016 model here, brand new, never used. I just got this rocker lock out of it, like I said, in the spring for another knife job I did, because they're only 60 bucks. I mean, this thing was like 105 because it's a 2016. The newer ones are $69 at Menards. And then here's his 1969. If he wants a new knife, and then I'll just send this back to him, and he can send it in a buck and have have them give it a spa treatment. Maybe put them a new blade in it, stamped with 1969 stamp on it. Then he's always got that as a keepsake. But what I need to do is, if he decides to go with this one, or even this one, I'm going to do a video where I show people how to take this Buck 110 apart from the inside, popping that pin with that blade like I showed you. And then that way I can separate this knife. Yeah, of course I got to pop these two back, this one forward, in the spring lock pin. Pop all forward on 1, 2, 3, 4. Once I pop them, the knife will be in half, and then I can show them how to take these scales off without destroying the scales and reuse it. That's what they need. Kyle's noseworthy. But check out Kyle's noseworthy. He knows his shit with the Buck 110. The guy can buff a blade, I'm telling you what. I'm getting good at it. One thing I did do is I can sharpen a knife in less than a minute with 2 different grits on my grinder. Pulling that knife across there at that right 17, 16 degree angle. You hold it there until you start seeing that burr form over the edge, and when it does, then you start rolling slowly across. You'll see that burr form as you're moving it across that. Then just don't touch it. Change out the grit. I go from 600 to 1200 on my belt sander. 1200, second pass, both sides. Again, you'll start on the burr side. Watch that burr reappear on the side you're on. Flip it over. Again. Knife Doctor can do it on his 1-inch grinder. And he sharpens a lot of his knives. Rough sharpens them on the 1-inch grinder. But man, you can master that thing within a month or two. And you'll never touch a whetstone or another sharpening device the rest of your life. Okay, I just have never taken apart a pocket knife. I have got to give it a try. It's not hard, really. Just put on my video, follow it. You know, get you something, a mini anvil. I mean, you're a bladesmith, you got an anvil. You know, put the PC or the phone next to it, and just get a hardened, beat up blade. You know what I mean? And just put it between the liner and the. And like I said, you don't want to drill them pins out. You always want to cut them in the middle of the knife at the liner and blade, and then pop the pin out of the bolster on the outside. Then that beveled head comes out and is exposed, and then now you can grab it with pliers and pull it out. You won't disrupt the surface of the bolster. I got a bulker from a friend that passed away and left me about 40 knives. I just want to repair it in his memory. Oh yeah, definitely, man. I got a bulker from a friend that passed away and left me about 40 knives. Just want to repair it in his memory. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you remember his favorite knife. If it needs repaired, repair it. And it's a timepiece. You know, you'll never get rid of it. I would even will it in your will to one of his family members, so it gets back to the family. I got a friend that died too, and I got a couple of his knives. And his family will get them back when I die. His nieces, nephews, grandkids. Whoever in the family decides to grab them, right? Or want them. My knives, if I pass right now, my wife gets to sell off all my knives. I have everything listed, categorized in a book. I know with receipts. I got receipts, everything I bought. I got all the boxes, everything. What box goes with what knife? What receipt goes with what knife? You can just read the knives, you don't know. But it's all categorized in a book and what I paid for them and what their value is, no less. I told you, sell the knives, you get this money for them. Don't ever charge less than what I paid for these knives, ever. You know, except the well-used ones, I might have depreciated the value on them. But that, and then my nephews, I got one nephew out of 4 nephews, and 4 nieces. And only one of them, my nephews, and none of my nieces like to hunt, fish. He does. So he gets his pick of 10 of my nights, if I pass. If he wants them. If you don't want him, he can pick one of his favorite out of any of my nights. Here comes the boss. Here comes the boss. Taking the dogs out. Oh, man. So, I'll show you. I got a new knife case. See if I can do this. I got the old one sitting out in my yard. I'm going to give it away to somebody who wants it for free. See if I can get my camera to cooperate with me. I'm trying to get my cell phones hooked up. Okay, here's my studio, which is my bench for doing my upholstery work. You can see, I hardly see above it that I worked on. Here's my new knife cabinet. It's 6 feet long. It's 6 feet long. My old one was 5 feet, and it's all glass. The old one was just glass on top and glass doors in the front. But I got mostly my fixed blades in it. Some of my folders down there. But this is my messy shop. That is full of the knives. All my traditional folders in there, both levels, and that one on top. All folders in there. And then all my other shit. I gotta clean a lot of this out. Never stop cleaning, especially when you make 5 different things. See if that's right. Yeah, it looks good. I got a book. Okay, I want to put a removable lanyard on my bale knives and hook it to my belt loop on my blue jeans so I can use the knives in the woods. Well, then you want one of these sheaths. Either I can make one for you, or let me find it. It's amongst this mayhem here on my desk. I'm so damn busy, I got shit everywhere. Hold on, I'll find it. Drop my... Oh no. Ah! I dropped the German... Listen to that snap, boy. Okay, let me put this back in here. I got a leather sheath that's got a well, I got it in a short video on my page. If you go to my short videos, you'll see it. It's a leather pouch with a push-up in the bottom of it, so you can push your knife up, your traditional folder, and scout knives fit in it perfect. If I find it here in a second, I'll show you. But you push your knife up from the bottom in it while it's hooked to your belt loop. There it is. See, it's got the push up on the bottom, and then this just snaps to your belt loop. I'm going to make a bunch of these and try to sell them at flea markets. So now when you want the knife, hold on a second. When you want the knife, you just push up from the bottom See that? It comes out. This one here, I got a trapper in here from K-Bar. $10.30 K-Bar trapper. I am a trapper fan. Very nice knife from the 70s. You just put your knife in there, fat bottom down. It makes it better, and then you just, like I said, it's always here. You put it in your pocket, it goes away. Bring it out, it's hanging there. Push it up, pull it out. I got a short video on my page for it if you want to see it in action again. But your scout knives now. Let me get one again. The old school Scout King. Now you don't need to pull it up by the bail if you don't want. You can put it down in bail first if you want. Like this. It's kind of tough because that bail's in the way. But here, it's down with the bail. You can either grab the bail or just push it up. Then grab the bail. You know what I mean? Perfect. I should start pushing these on my channel for people. I think I'll leave that Camp King right in my pocket. That's what you're looking for right there, right? Yeah, I got a video on my channel, a short, for a closer look at this. Oh, this is just half of my shop. This is a 3-car garage that I put originally when I built this building. It's a barn house. I live above it, and it's 900 square feet above and 900 square feet down here. So I got a house next to me. I bought this property out of my in-laws. Me and my wife did. When she passed last Christmas, I purchased the property. I bought her brother out, so it's ours now. And so when I originally built this building 20 years ago, it was my storage on the property while she lived here. Now that she's passed the house, I'm going to turn it into a pole barn. It's going to be my new shop. So my new shop's going to be the house. I got a metal roof on it. I put it on it before she passed away. So I'm going to gut the whole thing, fill the basement with rock and stone and sand or whatever, and I'm going to pour up one complete slab in it. Gut all the walls inside and out, and I'm going to put metal all around the whole outside. Of course, horizontal purlins around it like a pole barn. It's going to be my new shop with a loft area up top, second story on it. Being a union carpenter my whole life, my whole career after the military. It's fairly easy for me to build anything I need. I hope you don't mind my smoke. So, what time is it? Almost 1 o'clock. I'm surprised the wife was still up watching TV in her bedroom. We got a TV we bought 2 years ago, Fire Stick TV, and it puked already. But we got the extended 5-year warranty on it, so they're going to bring us out a new one to our house for free. She's watching the television in the bedroom with the dogs. You see my videos, I got Emmy Lou watching over me. She's the female Dachshund we have, and we have a male Dachshund, and they're both mixed breed. They're both Dachshund and pit bull combo. So they got the muscles and the facial features of the pit in the body of the weenie dog, and they're little monsters, let me tell you. The male will rip your leg off if you come over. We got to keep them locked up if you come over. 2 a.m. here, yeah, you're probably out east, huh? East Coaster, are you? Smoky Mountain area, East Tennessee, ain't you? I've been in all the states except for Alaska, which is, I don't know why I haven't been there yet. And Maine, 2 states. But I've been to all of them 3-4 times a piece. Some of them a dozen times. You know, being in the military and loving the travel, I got around. I dated girls all around the country. I lived my life to its fullest. Definitely need to push it. How much would they sell for? Well, I tell you what. I barter with people. Money isn't a concern to me. I mean, you make me a little something with your skills on your bladesmithing, and I'll make you one of these sheaths. I usually sell them for about $60. So I love collecting things from other people. I have knives from around the world. I've got a fly tires collection from around the world. I collect things people make around the world. Because, I appreciate talented people like yourself. People that have the desire to have a skill of one sort or another and be an artist in their own mind. It speaks for theirself to the eye of the beholder of another artist. I mean, artists appreciate artists' work, right? Everything I've learned came off of YouTube University. I have a degree in nothing. YouTube really does make colleges obsolete. You can learn any skill at any level, except for brain surgery, of course. But you can learn any skill on YouTube. Hands down, it's putting colleges out of the realm. Savannah, Georgia. Yep, Georgia. Georgia. I am a rebel. I grew up in southern part of Tarpon Springs, which is in the middle western area of the state. Once a rebel, always a rebel. But my great-grandfather, James Farley, was a true-blooded hillbilly that worked in the Appalachian Mountains mining, and he came from Northern Ireland. And that's where the hillbillies came from before they were in America. They rooted from the Scots in Northern Ireland. A lot of people don't know that, but my great-grandfather, James Farley, taught me that, told me that before he passed. I've always known the story, where the hillbillies came from. And the rednecks were the hillbillies. During the Hatfield-McCoy days, when the mine owners wanted to break up the unions that the Irish hillbillies formed. They had bloody battles, the Hatfield-McCoy days, where they shot and killed each other. And they all were dirty and grimy and basically afforded the same types of clothing and looked alike, right? Except for the Irish hillbillies were the toughest, meanest son of a bitches in the mountains that ever lived, because they adapted from the lives in the mountains in Ireland, which is coldest, ruggedest atmospheres you could ever live in. And George Washington used them to win the war, knowing that the Brits couldn't really handle it or handle them in the mountains, and that they had to go after them. When they did, they were slaughtered by these hillbillies. And the name itself, but what, I'll get back to the redneck though. But the redneck was coined where the hillbilly didn't want to shoot their own people, so they put red bandanas around their necks, coining the name the redneck. And that came from the hillbillies. And the hillbillies were Scottish Irish mix in Northern Ireland, where the Scots migrated to Northern Ireland and mixed with the Irish. They were considered outcasts by the Scottish people. But these Scots that were in Ireland, mixing with the Irish, they were still loyal to King William, so they called them Billy Boys in Northern Ireland. And it didn't take long to the new name coined the hillbilly from the northern hills of Ireland, naming them the hillbillies. So when they migrated to the States, it was in the Appalachian Mountains, and they're the ones that started the unionization of unions in America. 70% of the men who signed the Declaration of Independence were hillbillies. They were Irishmen. Look at the names on the Declaration of Independence. They built a lot of these smaller towns throughout America by hand with stone. Pennsylvania, well, my home inside of me is Swedish, Swedish Amish, my dad said. Pennsylvania Dutch. And they actually came from the Pennsylvania area, Holmans. In fact, one of the biggest populations, from what I believe, is the Holmans in Pennsylvania. Richmond, Virginia? Or Richmond, Pennsylvania? There's Richmonds in every state. And sharpening knives, but listening the whole time. Okay. Sharpen them on that grinder, buddy. You don't need them stones. You don't need them gizmos. I'll do a video on it. Show guys how to do it. I'll put the close cams on it. I'll get my cell phone to video up close on it. So we see that burr forming as you move that blade across it. Richmond, Virginia. I used to go turkey hunting in Virginia. We get there 2 weeks before the turkey season opened, and we whack all the turkeys next to the conservation area before them shine boys down in the holler could get to them. We pissed them off, man. Their turkey hunting went downhill. It was private property and do what we wanted. Lost Creek, West Virginia. Virginia, yeah, okay, Richmond in Virginia. I was stationed in Norfolk. Spent a lot of time in Chesapeake Bay. A lot of the bars there, the Green Wheel, Bar Ritz, Ladies' Nights on Thursday. They had one glass that had a real diamond in it every Thursday nights. Women drank. If they were lucky, they found the glass of wine, clear glass of wine with a diamond in it. Real diamond. A lot of them had the zirconias in it. We got a lot of fist fights in the Green Wheel. One night we cleaned out the Marines. I was in there at SEAL Team 6 and Shore Patrol was pulling them all left and right and throwing them in jail. Because them boys are just God, man, in the Navy. You don't touch them. You can't touch them. And they just beat the shit out of them Marines. They get them attitudes, man, and they get put in their place and understand why they're where they're at. They're the Department of the U.S. Navy, and that's all they'll ever be. And it's the reason why the recons ain't the toughest fighting elite force in the world, and the SEALs are. Their training never ends. They just don't get out of boot camp and they're done. They learn, a Marine recon learns in the field. U.S. Naval SEAL learns non-stop. Millions of dollars going to each one of them sailors in their 20, 30-year careers. And the U.S. Navy probably spends about $4 or $5 million on each SEAL. And they have a longer extended post-naval career. If called on time of war, a lot of them guys will go. And non-active duties, I think 2 to 4 years longer than it is, because they're an investment in the U.S. Navy. I think it's like 10 years maybe. I gotta look it up. They might have changed it. I still have 3 brothers in Virginia Beach. Yep, I used to walk the catwalk there, hitting all the bars in Virginia Beach. Well, my Thomas C. Hart, this ship was stationed there on Pier 24 next to the subs on Pier 23, Norfolk. And yeah, we went to Virginia Beach a lot. I lived on a ship, so I didn't have to pay for another. The Navy paid for the housing, but I wasn't never married. I had too much fun hitting the bars and walking on the ship drunk. It was more entertaining than walking back to my barracks. If I went to naval housing, it was to sleep with some naval officer's wife. One night I almost got caught. I would have been kicked out of the Navy right then and there. We used to stand on the piers in the Navy. Pier 27 and 28 was the aircraft carriers, and there would be 3,000 women on these piers. Bye, honeys, bye, bye. We'll see you in 6 months, bye. And you know when they're coming back because it's on the schedule, right? It's posted in the Navy base when the tour's over and when they're headed actually coming back, and they're gonna be back, because a lot of these women want to know the exact day that they're coming back, right? The women are on that pier. Bye, honey, bye. I'm on the fantail of my ship, nudging some recruit, telling him, hey, see all them fucking women over there waving goodbye to their husbands? Well, that's your girlfriends for the next 6 months, so get used to them. And guess what? I think the adultery rate in the U.S. Navy was higher than any branch service I've been in, Navy or the Army. And from what I've seen from the other branches, they're more loyal in the Air Force. They're like the prep boys in the Air Force, They're the ones that think they got the brains, but in reality, they're the dumbest in the military, physically and mentally, to tell you the truth. I love the beach, and I've been in Georgia since 1980. Wow, so you're probably around my age. I'll be 60 in 11 months. You might even be a little older than me. Yeah, because you're probably 5 years older than me. I would assume that you are 65, 64. You'd be 18 and about 80, right? 1920. You can go off on your own and do what you wanted. Yeah, we get old enough, we get the hell out of these small towns we grew up in just to see the world. 63, yeah, you're 3 years older than me. I was born Slap a Jap Day, 1965. Pearl Harbor Day. A day of infamy, a day I'll never forget, because I was born on it. My dad was born in the year 1940. 42. No, he was born in 40, but Pearl Harbor was in 42, I believe. That's what brought us into war. Another con game of war. We had no involvement in the war until Winston Churchill called up Roosevelt from England and said, here's your chance to go into the war. Let these Japanese attack Pearl Harbor and you got a reason to go. And they made millions off that war. And I'll tell you right now, what I know about war compared to when I actually served, I mean, I'd do it again. Because I did it for my brothers before me, and I did it for people that believed in me here. But I did it for banks. That whole Middle Eastern war was about the IMF that owns our money, and all the other industrialized countries, they own all their money. See how it works here? but they didn't own the money of the Middle Eastern countries. And in order to secure that oil that's backed by U.S. dollars, they had to take over the Middle Eastern countries, make them bankrupt to the point to where they come begging to them to join their monetary system. And that's what they did. They joined their monetary system, all but two. Well, one Middle Eastern country didn't, and North Korea didn't. And neither of them are owned by the IMF. Neither is Russia and China. They created their own called BRICS. You can look into it. But the Middle Eastern War, the Kuwaiti Liberation War, I was there. The banks create wars to profit on both sides, okay? And it's all a scam. It really is. We haven't had a war to fight for. We haven't had a war to fight for our freedom since the Civil War. We haven't. That's it. They're all scams. And I was telling you that World War II, we had no reason to go into World War II. The only reason why we went into World War II is because, like I said, Churchill called them up. Harman Brothers called them up. Roosevelt and the Bush family, Preston Bush and his brother Jeb, they called up Roosevelt and said, hey, we're building this concentration camp called Auschwitz with the Harman brothers that built the railroad tracks in the United States. They built the tracks into it. This is all leaked by a Jew woman that escaped Auschwitz. They told her if she ever leaked the truth, they would execute her, kill her. Well, she was on her dying bed, and when she was on her dying bed, she leaked the truth, knowing she was going to die in weeks. That was all a scam. 13 U.S. corporations financed Adolf Hitler. He came from Austria. They recruited him to take over the German Empire because Germany's economy was starting to grow further and faster than ours, and the banks didn't want that. They wanted U.S. with our military power to have control of it all. But now the IMF owns every Middle Eastern country's financial future, like they do ours since 1913, the Federal Reserve, which is owned by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. So it's a cartel of international bankers that own our money in most all but 6 industrialized countries around the world now. And the banks are draining the wealth in this country. They own the politicians. They own Wall Street. They decide who wins and loses. And to get out of politics here real quick is they broke the codes on December 7th. They knew the Japs were coming. It was a deal with the embargo with Japan. Okay. And we broke the deal with the embargo. Japanese were pissed. The leader of Japan said we dare not attack U.S. on their own soil, for they have a gun behind every blade of, they have a rifle behind every blade of grass. They knew better. So they attacked us in the air. And we broke the codes. We knew they were coming. But for the lives of 3,400 people to lose their lives for us to go to war, it was okay. Just like 9/11, it was all a hoax. We lost about the same amount of people to go to work for the Bush family, the biggest criminal enterprise family in wartime criminals there is, the Bushes. Retired in 6 years, 4 or 6 years. Okay, yeah, I'm working on 4 now. No, I'm at 4 years now. Yep, right behind you, brother. I love it. That's why me and you are still up bullshitting. I'm retired from Gulfstream Aerospace here in Georgia, 30 years with a pension, Social Security. Well, God bless you on that, because usually they disappear before you can grab them. Then you got to rely on Social Security the rest of your life to make anything, to stay alive. Socialism, which is far greater than capitalism. But anyways, back to the Middle East now. Well, the banks secured the Middle East. They now own, the IMF now owns all the monetary systems in the Middle East but one country. And that's Iran. So guess who we're going after now? Guess who will keep going after? Iran, until the IMF gets them in a financial bind. And with war, that'll do just that. So they'll use our industrialized military war complex to achieve their goals. See how the puzzle's coming together? I spent a lifetime reading about military and war. Read it twice. war morality in the military profession. I got a whole book upstairs dedicated to my library. The whole room, wall to wall, is all books. I read them all once or twice. The greatest book I ever wrote, and if you get a chance, it's called Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. It doesn't have to be the monetary value of money, but what makes you rich in possessions or anything that you want. The most successful businessmen in the world, Carnegie's, Rockefellers, and Napoleon Hill got together, and Napoleon Hill wrote this book based on their knowledge. And it truly is the Bible to achieving wealth if you want to read it or tell your kids about it. Gulfstream Aerospace. Yeah, this is another thing too. I don't know if they have military contracts. I'm sure they probably do. $1.3 trillion a year on our military defense. It's 10 times greater. It's as great as the top 10 industrialized countries in the world. Russia and China only spends $280 billion a year on their national defense. Who's attacking them? We spend 1.3. Well, while we're busy policing the world and taking care of the bankers' agendas internationally, doing our thing, the Pentagon gets 800 to 900 billion a year funneled into it just to pay for 1,750 private military war contractors, where they make the weapons of war for us. And I was there in the Desert Storm. We didn't get 80% of what we needed. 85% of what's being made through the Pentagon, that's getting wasted in the Pentagon for 900 billion a year, never makes it to the battlefield. And what we do get to the battlefield, it stays there, and we just give it away or sell it off to another country. You know, Henry Ford made all the tanks, trucks, and jeeps for the Nazis, for the German army. You can go over there now and drive a German Jeep with a Ford straight 6 or V6 motor. The big ones like Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas, GE, they all suck the hind tit of the military budget. Nobody's bitching about that because it's kept behind closed doors. Nobody knows that 900 billion a year is getting wasted to the Pentagon for 1,750 private contractors to make shit that gets sold off to other countries or just gave them to them. And never on time when we need it. Stockpiled around the world. I never thought since the 70s, 80s that this country would get this bad, this worse, and people getting dumbed down so much. Feminism destroying our culture, our society. You can look that up. We're in the 4th phase of feminism. It was created to dumb down our children and make women into something that they shouldn't be. They don't get it. They get offensive when you say the word feminism, you know what I mean? But if you really get into it, look it up. It's destroying. That's why we have transgender sexes now. It's the reason why Johnny can't get hit in dodgeball in grade school anymore. You get a black eye, and they all got to wear helmets. And the women's got this image that she portrays and shows on television that it's okay for these women, the young girls, to wear these slutty outfits. They don't need a man. So the last 2 generations of men, young men, the last 2 generations, don't even know how to be a man to woman, because them women didn't know how to be a woman to the men. So they destroyed the last 2 generations. The youngest 2 generations are destroyed. There is no marriage. They don't know what marriage is. They don't know how to stay in marriage. They don't have a fucking clue. I'm venting here. Oh yeah, government controls the civilian contracts. You goddamn right they do. Gulfstream is owned by General Dynamics. Yeah. Welcome to the international cesspool. U.S. is the the international cesspool of transportation and cargo. Hell, when Trump signed that 25% tax deal overseas to the imports in the country, China said, fuck you, man. We've got over 1 million containers just here in the dry docks in Joliet, Illinois, which is one of the biggest international dry docks in the world. They built it here 2 decades ago, and it's over 1 million containers sitting. That's going back to China. They said, "Fuck you, man. We don't." And now Trump's at it again. He's gone. The president, the female president, the new president of Mexico said, "Yeah, we're gonna pay 25%. Okay, guess what? Your tomatoes are gonna go up 50% more." Now wait till you get tomatoes at the grocery store and you see them go up from $1.80 a pound. They're gonna be $3.75 a pound. Last time he did it, 25%. The farmers, he had to bail them out every year he was in office. He had to give them $65 billion a year to keep them from going bankrupt. Because China said, fuck you, we don't need your corn, we don't need your beans. See what I mean? That's just stupid bullshit. But the biggest factor is the banks are in control of it all. I call it a corporatocracy, not a democracy. The banks own it all. The banks are destroying our monetary system. The banks own Wall Street, decide who wins and loses. The banks have it all, man. Ron Paul, Republican at that, quoted. And even George Carlin even said it. Everybody laughed at it. You thought it was all a joke. And the feds. Feds are not federal. They're owned by the IMF, International Cartel. That's fucking everything. That's why China and Russia told them, screw you. They dropped out of the IMF. They created BRICS. And they went and bought all the world's reserve gold and silver. They got it all. Not all of it. They got the majority of gold and silver belongs to Russia and China. You ever see the gold in Fort Knox? Nope, you never will, because it wasn't there. Supposedly there was billions of dollars of gold in Ground Zero in the Twin Towers. It disappeared. Where'd it go? Nobody even talked about it. It was there. Probably held way more gold than Fort Knox, if Fort Knox ever held any. Oh, I've been buying silver and gold for years. I've got bullets made from pure silver. Shotgun shells, 30-06, 45 ACP. I've got a gold and silver pistol with pure silver bullets in it just for show. 45. And it's well protected. I've got a safe bolted in 2 foot of concrete, and you can't burn it, you can't open it, you can't, no, don't even try. Get past my dogs first. And my cameras. My cameras are my mobile phone. I know who's here, and the cops will be here a mile away within seconds. Damn right, silver and gold. It still holds a monetary value. I'm surprised they haven't petitioned the government yet to take away physical gold and silver yet for the people. You know, they want this plastic everything. You know. They're predatorily loaning to the fucking students now. They took it away from the homeowners, and now the students got to pay $150,000 to get an education. Now they can't even buy a house when they get out of college. 80% of the careers that they're learning, jobs ain't even available in their field. Yeah, pay off all these mortgages, all these loans for these students. They deserve it because they're getting predatorily loaned to. And the only reason why Trump's there, biggest con man of them all, and I've hated him before he even got in office. And I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans. Second, third party ticket, independent. You know, I vote for who I want to win. I don't, you know, and I know they won't win because money controls it all. And the last time Trump was in, the money he made in sidekicks and government contracts made us pay a $400,000 a year. A fucking joke. That's why he gave it away. He didn't need $400,000 a year. For what? He's getting $1.5 billion fucking in 4 years in government kickback. You don't need that $400,000. Biden, same way. You know, he's getting kickbacks. You know, politicians go in making 75,000 a year at the state level, and they come out with 13 million, $130 million. Look at Nancy Pelosi. Look at Schumer, Mitch McConnell. Started out with a million or two. Some of them were already a millionaire. When they came, right now I think Mitch McConnell's worth about $230 million. He started out with two. You don't hold it, you don't own it. That's for sure. Well, I'm rambling on. Got into politics again. There is no politics. It's all a facade. And that's how they separate the people. You know, make the Democrats hate the Republicans and the Republicans hate the Democrats. You know, now the Republicans want to kill the Democrats. They're commies. You know, it's the same shit over and over again. You know, you get everybody on a plastic card, take money away. Yeah, you better have gold and silver. You can go anywhere in the world and spend it. You can't with a plastic card. But they control you. They can shut you off financially 100% if there's no money. That's what they're pushing for. Right now, the banks, each restaurant that you go to, one restaurant, just pick one in your neighborhood. It's a popular restaurant. A lot of people eat there. I guarantee you they're paying between $60,000 and $80,000 a year just in transaction fees at 5.3%. Every time you use your plastic, they charge you half of it, and they pay the other half for using your plastic. Pay cash, man. I love giving the cashiers, kids in all the stores and gas stations money, and I tell them what my change is coming back before they can look at that screen. They're like, huh? What? How'd you know that? And I tell my wife what a 15% tip is. A lot of people don't realize this. The restaurants want to charge you a gratuity, they call it, I guess. You know, gratuity is going to be added to your check. What do you want to pay? 15%, 20%? A gratuity tip. Who's making this shit up, man? I mean, people just don't realize what a tip is or what it means or where the word came from. TIP, to ensure promptness. If the waitress is prompt, she gets a tip based on how prompt she is. If she's not prompt, I'm going to give her 5%. If she's prompt, I'm going to give her 15%. If she's over prompt, goes above and beyond, she's going to get 25%. To ensure promptness. Ask people around you what tip means. They'll have no clue. Just like most kids today can't tell you every president on a dollar on each bill that we spend. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. They don't know the names of the presidents on it. They couldn't even tell you the first three, I bet. Let me see here. What do you got? This way to go. That's the way to go. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. Exactly. AW Design has a YouTube channel also, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. He just went on it tonight, I think. His or that other fellow from the live chat from the doctor, I can't remember. I gotta eat more fish. Take more omega-3 so my brain's sharper. I'm gonna have to look that one up tonight, or today. Well, it's 1:30. It's 2:30 with you, huh? Look at me, man. I'm locked and loaded here. But I think it looks pretty sweet. Takes me back to my days. Always had a knife right here. Slash and stab. Bring it out. Slash and stab all in one motion. But my main defense is down here. You know, just like a gun, pull the garment up, reach for it at the same time, come out. I had this in the sheets room. Pull your garment up. In this case, I'm on the outside, so just pull your garment up, and as you're pulling it up, you're coming under and grabbing it at the same time, just like you would a pistol. Yeah, I can make you one. I mean, I'm not in it for the money, but the money's always a bonus, and it buys me more knives. Like I said, though, I do barter. I'll tell you what, I'll make you one of these sheets and have it sent out to you in a week after Christmas. If you make me a bracket in your bladesmithing shop for that chandelier. My foyer is 3.5 feet wide by 3.5 feet in the center where it transitions up. And that's where that light's going. So I need something probably what 18.5 inches at center to hang that from the wall. I want a bracket that mounts to the wall. It comes out 90 degrees and it has a decorative pattern bent into it all the way down 45 degrees. That's what I'm talking about. You make me one of them and I'll make you one of these and I'll have it sent out to you. I tell you what, I'll send this out to you first if you want to do it. Not the knife, but this holster. And like I said, you can put any Tech-Lock compatible sheath on this. And you can even with paracord tie on any sheath you want. It's up to you, man. I mean, this holster is limitless. You can even mount different sheaths and different attachments, you know what I mean? Here's my leather brass knuckle I made. I need to, this is my lighter. It's leather, but it's not brass. But it holds my lighter. I was thinking about mounting this bad boy right here, you know. So I got it. Yep, it's late. I like the shoulder holster. Are they for sale also? Yeah, you can buy one off of me. These are like 70 bucks, you know, without any attachments, but it'll come with this main attachment here. I'll take it off here. I'll do a video on it so you can see it better. But as you can see, there's two straps here holding that on, and your arm goes through that side, and there's one strap here for the opposite shoulder. Your arm goes through, and then you just slide it over your head. That's all you do. And you can attach anything on these straps, anything. But like I said, it's got the holes 3/4 apart. You can see where I mounted this one. I mounted it to the side on this one because I want to put a ferro rod. If I want to put a ferro rod on this side, I got holes for mounting it. Okay, you can put any sheath on there, literally, Tech-Lock or not. You know, with the holes, you can put paracord through it, secure any other type of sheath that you have. And it's got my logo on it for my leather business. Backwoods leather, handcrafted leather by Gordon J. Holman. That's my name, Gordon Holman. So, I guess it's kind of late to start a video tonight. I'll be up till 7 in the morning editing it, I think, again. Awesome. How far out from the wall again? Uh, Let me get a tape here. I'll measure my forehead real quick. Don't want to wake up the boss. It's 4 feet by 4 feet. Common foyer. Staircase, 4 feet. So 2 foot on center. So make me a bracket that comes out 2 feet from the wall. And if you do the decorative design on it, of course, at a 45-degree angle, you'd be 24 out, you'd be 24 down with the scroll going up to that 24 on center. And I redid a lamp for my wife. Let me see if I can show you a picture here. And this will be easy for you to make. Let me find a picture here. Yeah, I barter with people all the time. Like I said, I like collecting things, and I like craftsmanship from other people more than I'd have to, go out and buy some stupid shit from. I don't buy nothing from Walmart. I'll go there for the inexpensive Ozark Trail knives, but that's about it. Okay, I redone this for my wife. Can you see that? Make it smaller, maybe. Hold on. Let me get a less bright picture. I got one with it not lit up. This is before the lampshade was put on it. Oh man. Let me see if I can. Nope. It's from the computer. Oh, come on, man. I gotta turn my light back on. There we go. There you go. See it right here? It's like a tulip with 3 petals. You know what I mean? Let me zoom it in. There we go. I want this whole thing here in the center of it, somewhere in your bend. You know what I mean? Just use your own imagination. It's like a 3-petal tulip or flower or something like that. See it better there? And if you can do I don't know if you can do that like that. It doesn't have to be like that, but the stems, the leaf lit bending off of it looks cool. I don't know if you can do that. It's, it's a lot of time, but like I said, it don't have to be. Just get that 3-petal tulip and bend around like that. Something you can do. Yeah, 24 inches off the wall. the hanger will be. It could just be a hook. It's got a chain, you know, just like a regular chandelier. I got the chandelier from my brother. It was brass, and then I redid it, painted it all black, primed it up. It was a cheap brass tubing. So it went from brass to black. My wife loves it. I'm gonna hang it in the middle of our foyer. I got a barn foyer. I don't know if I can show it to you here with the camera. It's all knotty pine. There's my entry right here. I got a live edge shelf there, and you know, stuff she collects, my walking sticks. Let me see if I can get around this corner. No, that's as far as I can go. That's a shelf. I'm actually 90 degrees. See? I can't get around the corner, but it hangs on the first landing there, 5 steps up. I never really finished the walls in the shop, this whole downstairs. But I'm getting to this spring. It's going to be our kitchen and dining room coming up. My address? I think I have my address linked to my Facebook pages that are linked on. You can go to my Facebook pages right off my YouTube channel under the my links under my header on my YouTube channel, where it says more information about me. In my information, in my YouTube channel, you get my Facebook pages, then all my address, my phone number is linked to that, or is in them pages. Wilmington, Illinois, like Wilmington, Delaware. They call this the town of the Yellowhammers. The inbreds from the south that come up from the Appalachians to work in the coal mines here, and they call them Yellowhammers because that was the state bird down there in Kentucky, Carolinas. The bird that mixed bred with its own offspring. So they call us the Wilmington Yellowhammers. You know, the movie The Deliverance. The Yellowhammer children. But you know, I know what a real hillbilly is because I am one. I know where the hillbillies came from. They're in my blood. And my great-grandfather James Farley, you know, we come from Northern Ireland in 1898. Worked in the Appalachians coal mining, and then he come up to Illinois, and after the coal mining was done, the last tail end of it, the Peabody Coal Miners Association up here in Illinois, 1940 was the leading producer of coal in the world at the time. We got strip mine pits all around our town, created by the coal miners. And my great-grandfather James Farley worked in there, and then he ended up getting a job as a lineman for the phone company, and they built all the big steel towers. Actually, not the phone company, the power company. I got psoriasis on my lower back, so I hope you don't mind. Oh, psoriasis sucks. You can see it in my hands in my video. But that doesn't judge my character. Yeah, you can call me anytime, man. If you want to write it down, it's 815. Anybody can have my number, I don't care. 374, area code 815-374-4671. Here, I'll just write it down for you. you go. You can call me anytime. I'm usually up 1, 2 in the morning. You can call me anytime before then. But my name's Gordon again. And I can't recall your name. That way when you call, just tell me your name and say, this is Bill Blacksmith. The Blacksmith. I don't know who you are. I always get 1 or 2 guys that'll talk to me till wee hours in the morning there. The first time I went live, I had 2 people, and the second time I went, I advertised it on, I told, on my channel, and I advertised for a week. And then I advertised it on Kevin, the Knife Doctor, and all these other ones I follow. And I actually had them all on there. Knife Crazy was there, and Carolina Knives, and Kevin. Kevin and the Knife Doctor and Crazy was on my page at the same time. The second time I went live, it was pretty cool. We're all here to help each other. That's what it's about. Knife is community. Knife community, like Kevin even says, one of the greatest communities ever been involved with. I agree with him. We're down to earth country boys, man. We say it how it is, and we take it how it is. All right, Todd the Blacksmith. That's a little bit over me, but a little bit wiser. Grandpa used to tell me, if a fellow's 1 day older than you, he's 1 day wiser than you. I miss my grandparents' wise quotes. I'm sure you do probably too. Oh, I'm looking at this YouTube thing here. What do we got here? What am I going to watch quick before I go to bed? I'm supposed to go to Menards tomorrow and get some material. Oh, I started watching this about the Glock pistol replica by Ruger. The Glock Killer, they call it now. The Glock Killer 2 by Ruger. They collaborated with another manufacturer to make it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that for me, that'd be great. You don't have to spend much time on it, because I'll tell you, it'll take me a night, probably 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6 hours at the most to make yours. So spend about that much time on it. Just have a look. It could be flat steel, but actually, it would be cool. It would be tubular steel, and then a flower, with 3 petals like what I showed you, smashed into it. I'll text you. If you text me to my number, I'll text you pictures of that one I got, what it looks like. I would have surprised the wife. Yeah, I wanted to go down there too. 4 hours from me ain't bad. I'm 900 and some miles from there. He's like probably 12 hours from me. 11 hours. That ain't far. I could drive that one day. I go to my brother's in Tennessee. He lives in a small town southeast of Nashville, about 10 minutes out. It's called Lebanon, Tennessee. So I go down there. I take my camper and my boat, fish Priest Lake like a few times a year, and a couple of those man-made reservoirs down there for some big smallies and largies. Hit some of the local rivers for some walleyes. yeah, just hit me up whenever. You can text me whenever you want. It's better to, if you want to call, you can call me anytime past midnight. That way my wife's in bed and I'm down here in the shop. She can't hear my phone. And we can bullshit or something. During the day, I'm usually busy working on motorcycle seats and knife orders. You go on my Backwoods Leather page, you'll see the main picture. It's a Black Widow custom chopper. I did the custom panhead seat on it. I carved a Black Widow spider and a spider web on it, and the guy won Best of the Show last year with it. So you always show your best work right off the get-go. And that's why it's important when you got a YouTube channel. It's all based around analytics, clicks, people desire to want to click on your shit. Okay, so you see a lot of these YouTubers that start out and they just don't grasp the concept. I mean, I'm using YouTube as a tool, learning tool itself to learn how to be a great YouTuber. And I got a couple in YouTube that I learn from that are professionals at it. They teach you all the tricks and tips. And I run the streaming out right now out of something I learned from YouTube. This live streaming. And then I do my videos mostly and make them on my phone because I'm fast with it. And I use one of the best programs out there called CapCut, and I pay $12 a month for the professional version of it. So, thumbnails is the most important thing on a YouTube channel. 2002 Ultra Classic I bought new in 2002. Yeah, drive it up here and we'll put a new seat on it. There for me, I could really have any time to meet the guy. Way too many people there for me, I couldn't really have any time to meet the guy. Yeah, down in Georgia, the knife factory. Well, when I went on vacation with the wife, I took my camper trailer. It's a 22 footer. My Chevy Silverado. I pulled it up to North Carolina where we go every year. Her best friend lives in Newport, North Carolina, and on the way there, we went for the 4th of July. And Case has their family reunion every year at Smoky Mountain Knife Works, and I haven't been, believe it or not, at Smoky Mountain Knife Works yet. And I want to spend a whole weekend going through that place like a fine tooth comb. Maybe pick up a cheap Chinese Rough Rider while I'm there. I got a few of them in my collection. They're fairly decent built knives. I mean, Chinese stepped up their game when it comes to quality control. These U.S. companies don't use them, so they're losing a lot of money if they don't. I mean, I got some Chinese knives like Petrified Fish and Gonzo Tool Company out of China. They make the best tools there. Between Gonzo and Petrified Fish, I got knives that would cost $200-300 here in America with the same materials with lesser expensive blade steels, mostly D2. But man, D2 is way underrated. I mean, I'll take it up against MagnaCut any day, any day. It's less corrosion resistant, but who cares? You care for your knives. Take care of them. They're going to last a long time anyway. And it's all, a knife blade itself is all about edge geometry. That's the main factor. How well it performs. Edge geometry is 90% of the knife. Yeah, mine's a Salem, my camper. I got a 2019 out. My brother-in-law who got a divorce had to get rid of it. He used it 4 times. It's brand new. It still smells new. He took it to the Smoky Mountains one year. That was it, as far as he's went with it. He paid 19,500 for it on his loan, and he only owed about 7,000 on it. So it's 2019, maybe he owned like 4 or 5 thousand on it. But he sold it to me for nine grand, and it's only been used 4 times. I could probably sell it right now for 16,000, but I won't. I love to travel now that I'm older. Pull behind's perfect. I don't want a fifth wheel. My parents used to own an RV repair shop. You know, I used to work on RVs with my stepfather, and so I know everything about him. But too much work for fifth wheel. Too much work with the longer ones with the bump outs. More to worry about and all that bullshit. Just give me a 17 to 20 footer all day. You know, you only need a shower in it, and a sink and a stove and a refrigerator. That's all. I don't need no fancy bump outs. A lot of times you're out walking the beaches when you're on vacation, or hitting the trails in the mountains, or you know what I mean. You're not gonna spend your time in your camper, but to sleep. I even told the wife I want to build a teardrop, and I still might do it before I get too old, just to have for like the local parks here. You know, weekend sleep in the teardrop and have a little kitchenette in the back of it, cook and put up a 10-foot tent. You know, to have facilities underneath it, and just to enjoy the weekend in local parks. Watch me forging a skaggle knife on YouTube in my blacksmith log cabin shop. How to forge a skaggle knife. I'll do that. And you know what? I might do one and recognize you. I'll build a skaggle and give all the credits to my abilities to make it from your channel and advertise it too. But I'm telling you, if you're running, let me look here real quick. If you're running a YouTube channel, like I said, one video is gonna make you thousands of views, or one video is gonna make you thousands of views, and I just found that out. And I learned this from other YouTubers that are teaching it on YouTube, how to do this. Thumbnails, everything. And what you name your video, you go into the search engine. Okay, how to put scales in a knife. The basic search. You know, that's usually what people put in. Somebody wants to put a lanyard, like for instance my lanyard video. It's up there with the top 3 videos in the search engine for knife lanyard videos. You know, knife lanyard making. And then the one for disassembling a knife under 3C. People see that under 3 minutes. It usually takes most people 30 minutes or longer to disassemble a knife until they learn the tricks like I have. They read that, bam, there's the video, and then you got to keep them interested in that video all the way through. You know what I mean? But most importantly is the click rate. That puts you up high in the analytics to where YouTube is going to start automatically putting you up there in the top searching videos. And the higher the click rate is, the more YouTube's paying you for the videos. Once I hit 1,000, they're gonna pay me per click, whether it's 10 cents to 15 cents to 50 cents a click. You know, once it hits 1,000,000 clicks, you're going from 15 cents to 50 cents. And it could be 1,000,000 people a day clicking on it. It adds up. People start out making, at 1,000 viewers, they start making $30, $40 a month. At where Kevin is now, he's probably at, I'd say, around $400 to $4,500 a month, with how many subscribers he's got and how many clicks on his videos he's getting. And then you start a Patreon page. You can start a Patreon page and get every one of your members in your YouTube channel. It was filmed 12 years ago. Okay, well, that's cool. I got a lot of my Elite Custom lures I filmed 12 years ago. I don't really make the lures anymore, but I'll make a special one for a buddy here and there. It's not my channel. The guy showed up at my house and filmed me demonstrating in front of a whole guild of blacksmiths. Well, you know, you can, if you don't want to edit videos, learn how to edit in a CapCut or any other editor. It takes a lot of time. You know, you can go live, just do a live stream in your shop. People love watching things being done live. You don't have to say nothing. Just, you know, you can. I mean, when you're live, you don't have to edit nothing. Just like now. People can learn from what I'm saying here to you. Same with you. People can learn from what you're doing in the shop just by watching it. And you get a lot of followers. The most crucial thing about that is if he shows you how to do that YouTube channel, make sure your thumbnails are eye-catching. Because the rest of the new coming bladesmiths will follow. They'll click. They want to learn how to do what you know how to do. It's like me. I haven't even touched the surface on what I know, what I'm going to show. That's why I got this Brainstorming Sunday. I'll be on next Sunday again. Man, I was nervous. He made 4 separate videos out of the forging. Man, just do your thing, man. You don't have to be nervous. You know, just let him. Just pretend like the camera's not even there. You know, I don't even. I'm not shy. I was never shy at hitting on women either. You know, like I said, if you want to start your own YouTube channel, just type in the search engine how to start a YouTube channel for beginners. And if you do that, I will send you the best links out there to learn the fastest. I mean, the people that are teaching me, they taught people that went from 1,000 subscribers in only a few months to 100,000 plus in 6 months subscribers. You know, it took me 6 months to get where I am now. But if I would have learned what they know then, when I started, I'd probably be at 100,000 subscribers right now. But you can't be shy. You just got to do your thing, man. If you got a talent and you know people can learn from it, just show it. And if you don't want to edit nothing, no problem. Like I said, just go live. You can do a live stream every time you're in the shop working. You know, you can have 2, 3 different cameras set up, and YouTube will show you how to do that. I got 2 or 3 used cell phones. You know, they just go right to Wi-Fi on my computer. They don't have to be a network service, phone service hooked up to it because it's all Wi-Fi. So I use 2 old cell phones, 3 old cell phones for 3 different cameras in the shop if I want to. And then the camera on my PC that you're seeing me in now. So you can set up 4 cameras throughout your shop just with old cell phones. And or a couple laptops, whatever you got. I got 2 laptops, a PC, and 4 phones. So I can go crazy. I can have a fucking ceiling view. I can have a side view. Set that shit up and just go live. You know, they can see you from every angle in your shop doing what you do, from the from the forge to the anvil to the hammer. You know. No, I haven't, but I will look at it right now. Is that the fellow you're talking about? William Skagel knives. Okay, I see him now. William Skagel, American knife maker. Uh, okay, where am I at here? William Skagel was an American knife maker whose style had a profound impact on the cutlery trade, influenced it for over 100 years. Wow. And then this is, let me see here. I can bring up pictures on the stream here. They sell for thousands of dollars. Yeah, you know what sells for thousands of dollars too? That I want to start getting at least one a year is the bullet knives from Remington. Nobody sold more knives than Remington from World War I to World War II. They let them all. Case, K-bar, none of them sold as many knives. They had over 2,000 models. 26 different models just in the bullet, and that's what propelled them. The rifle company. They had a knife division, and they sold more over 22,038 knives a year to choose from. But yeah, let me see here. I'm looking at his knives now. Oh, thousands of dollars. So you're replicating them? Yeah, I see that. He's got the bone stag on him. Kind of reminds me of the old marbles knives that started it all. The Skagel handmade. I'm looking at one now. Let me see if I can save this picture. This is sweet. Save image as Skagel. Okay. See if I can bring this up now onto my live stream. Sources. Scene 2. Let me see. I gotta make this bigger. Oh, I gotta go up here. There we go. He died in the early 1900s. Wow, so he's probably started out in the early 1800s, huh? Image. Okay, let me see here. Upload an image. Browse. Skagel. Open. There we go. Open this bad boy up here. Let me see if I can make it smaller. This is a sweet knife here, man. There we go. There it is. What do you think of that? That's a pretty sweet knife there, buddy. About. Where in the hell did it go? Here we go. Skagel knives. According to Dr. Jim Lucy, Skagel made sheaths. Let me see if I can get you can hear me though, I'm sure. Yep, born in the 1800s. Yeah, guards usual with wraparound opening fit. Let me see. Skagel's influence resonates across the decades as knives and knife makers have taken their cue from his mastery. And I bet you marbles took a lot of because marbles started everything when it came to stack leather. Well, they had their own stack leather patent, and it probably came from this fellow here. You see he's got the stacked leather and antler, just like Marvel's knife. And this guy's much older than Marvel's Corporation. They're over 100 years old. The ideal knife and the outdoorsman and the trooper knife that they make. Everybody spun off of Marvel's, really. I gotta learn how to see if I can do this. I haven't learned yet how to bring back the my browser. Let me see if I can do it in sources here. Group window capture, video device capture, scene. Group window capture. Let me see if I can get this here. Okay. Your unsafe changes, do you want to keep them? Oh yeah. I think I did it. Get this out of the way here. I want to make that bigger. He made the sheath and all. Oh yeah. That's what I do. I make it all. See if this will work now. There it is. Can I point to it? Let me make this bigger here. I don't know. Yeah, see, I can point and move it around now. Alright, I did it. Yeah. Done some impressive knives. See, let me go back here and make this a little bit wider. You don't need to see my mug as much. Alright. I love technology. James Lucy, he made replicas and they sell for thousands also. My house. Let me see, Skaggle knife. Watch the foraging shell. Yep. I wrote that down. Let me make sure. Skaggle. Okay. But yeah, let me see here now. I'm trying not to make this web browser too big so where I can see what I'm doing here. Alright. I just gotta get this bottom up so I can scroll over and down. Okay, I guess I don't have to. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people learn their techniques after this guy, it looks to me. Look at that stacked leathers. I can show you my YouTube channel now too. Right here. This is studio. View my channel. Here's my channel. Go back to here's the main channel here. Let me see here. You see I'm going live right here. Brainstorm Sunday. Alright, up here on the top, see the home video, shorts, live, and playlist. You click on playlist here. You can see all the channels that I follow. And I collaborated with the Knife Doctor so he can post his own videos right here. When he wants, if he's ever got time. I told him don't worry about it, I'll most likely post them anyways. But you can click on the full playlist right here. And it brings him up and then all the other ones I follow, the channels. We got the Blade HQ, Jedi Knives, Barlow Brigade, Hunting for Hookers, Smoky Mountain Knife Works here. But let me see here. That's what I want to show you. And then if you go back to my page, you'll see here home. I'm just showing you this real quick. I'll go back to Skaggle knives. William Skaggle. Yeah, I got an original 1898 Montgomery Words catalog here. And for some reason I can't find it right now. I'll have it out. I'm going to do a video on my YouTube channel with it. It probably got the Skaggle knives in it. Unless early 1900s, he's probably not in it back then. But he was doing the knives, I'm sure, in the late 1800s. 1898 catalog I had. But yeah, you see here now. Hit more here, and you get all my links. Let me see here. In the about, what do I got to do here to bring this up? Hold on. Yeah, you'll see I got my links here. Up top, more links. You click on more, you got my Facebook page here. Kodak Edge, our woodworking, backwoods leather. Follow me on Instagram. So I just wanted to show you that. Alright, now back to these Skaggle knives here. I'll make this smaller so you can see me a little bit, I guess. I'm still here. Not that you care, but you know. You don't really need to see me to hear me, I guess. But we got Skaggle handmade, James R. Lucy. Yeah, he made the original hunting knife, and then Marbles copied them, most likely. But then Marbles got the patent on the way they put the leather on their tang, which was the I want to say the H-shaped leather, or the O-ring leather, the way it was put on the tang. They got their own patent for that in like 1919. And the fuller, I don't know if Skaggle designed that. Let me see if it's on his knives. No, I don't see it. The fuller was designed by Marbles, I believe. They got the first patent on it. And it was designed to sharpen the knife. Put your right hand in, if you was right-handed, to hold the edge at the spine. And your left hand on the handle to be able to sharpen the knife quickly in the field. People started calling it blood groove, but it's not really designed to be that. It's designed to be a sharpening choil, basically, called that the fuller sharpening choil. Basically, what it is, like any other choil on a knife, position to put your finger, right, or your fingers. The fuller, you put the full amount of your right hand on it to hold it. And it was very practical, because if you almost look at a K-bar knife, it's almost like a scanty grind, the angle. So obtrusive along it. I mean, you can go all the way up on the edge if you wanted to at any angle. And that fuller, like I said, helps you maintain that perfect position with both hands. But what am I doing here now? I'm looking at a stacked leather now. Yeah, look at it. Design, man. I love that. What does he got? Pins in there with leather? Is that leather? No, that's an ironwood. Yeah, almost looks like a leather, but I can see the grain now, right here. Lucky Strikes and a Zippo. Now, this is a newer picture, because Zippo didn't come around, I don't think, until the 70s, and it was a Eastern English concept designed over there. And there's 3 metals in a Zippo. Starts out as copper, and it's got the nickel silver finish on it, and they can't bond the silver to the copper, so they got to put bronze on it. So there's 3 metals on it. When I etch my logo on a Zippo, I expose the 3 layers. It looks pretty cool. You can kind of see it 3-dimensional. I'm going to send Kevin the Knife Doctor one of them with my Kodiak Edge bear claw on it. That's a pretty badass looking axe there, ain't it? Yeah, on eBay, they'll pop up once in a while, I'm sure, just like the Marbles originals. And $200 to $400, $500 for some of them. That's not a bad price at all. But this guy's knife's probably, like you said, it's in the thousands. But I like to replicate a few of his knives. That would make one hell of a video, wouldn't it? Make this original Skaggle. 101 knife designs. I'm gonna have to go to that. Let me see here. First of all, I'm gonna save this one. All about collecting William Skaggle knives. Done. Okay. 101 knife designs. I'm gonna click on that. What is that? A book on the designs of knives? Oh, books. Yeah, I don't care about that. I can look at them anytime. Knife making 101. There you go. Read this before you make a knife. I'm sure it's pretty informative. How to forge a Damascus. I'm not really big on Damascus. I probably won't never ever make a knife with it, but I'll buy Damascus billets that are annealed, and because it's high carbon steel, I can forge it, heat treated here. Hot forge us. How to create Damascus patterns. Why are switchblades illegal? I already read that. These are just books. But yeah. Let me see if there's any links here. Dr. Lucy sold his extensive Skaggle collection 2011. I'm going to click on that. Here we go. Julius sold Dr. Lucy's collection of William Skaggle knives. I own a scholarship from Omega Blacksmith Guild and learned how to forge these knives from James Batson. He builds very famous. Oh, so you're already well into the game. I'm going to watch your video. It's on your channel, right? Let me see. Make sure I didn't lose that note. Or better yet, you know what? I won't lose it. You can text me now that you have my number. You know what I mean? And then once you text me, I'll put you in as one of my contacts. And you can send me links if you know how to do that. If you don't, no big deal. You can email them to me at right there. Now, where the hell is it? I know I sent it. There we go. gmanh1965@gmail.com. Basically my G-Man. G for Gordon. Man. Last 3 of my last name. Holman. H for Holman. 1965@gmail.com. Or just text me links. I like to check out your stuff. That would be a good reminder if you text me. So I text Kevin the knife doctor all the time. So back here again. See here, I gotta make this page bigger and move this over. I don't know. Okay. There we go. Lucy special relationship. Appreciation of Skaggles works immensely. This guy is very interesting, man. I'm glad you shared this with me because it puts me more deeper in depth with my knowledge of the start of forging knives and knife craftsmanship in the United States. Now this guy is American, I believe, huh? Eastern descendant. I'll find out after I read all this after we're done. Democrat. Let me see. Oh, you mean that damn Democrat knife I made? All Democrats are two-faced, so I made this knife handle wacky. And the Republicans ain't, right? $4,200 to $6,000. Wow. This is the collector talking here. Not Skaggle himself. Crazy. Okay. Completion. Complete knife guide. Top trends of 2024. Oh, I got that book somewhere. But I'll show you. Yeah, I got a transition here. Bring this down. Make this bigger again. Okay, I'm back. Let me put my camera back. I got these books here. I get them every year for the last 4 years now. Let me see, that's 2003. I got them at random, so. But I got the last year's, and this year's, I'll show you. But this helps you out a lot, knowing all the great knife makers around the world. One more book. Alright, I got 2023. I got 2024, 23, 22. I gotta get 21 now, and I have 2003. But I'll start out with the 24. This is the 44th edition. So 25 is coming up too, so it'll be the 45th edition. Blade presents knives. That's the 2024, and these are like, this one was 40 bucks. I get them once a year, so I don't mind the cost. Knives, 40 bucks again, and that's 2023. Here's 2022. So I got the last 3 years, and 25 will make the last 4 years. And then this is the first one I got, actually 2003. If you look at them, we'll go to the newest one, 2024. Probably better to hold my camera down one minute. Move my mouse out of my way here. Make sure I don't click out anything though. Alright. 44th edition. Dedication Acknowledgements. Tells you all about the magazine and what they do. Features, trends section. State of art section intro. Factory trends. Knife makers index. That's in 249. That's the end of it. But hey, you get all the different. This guy here, I watch him once in a while. He's a judge on blade Forged in Fire. Yeah. And he's got a YouTube channel. I watch him make a lot of different knives on YouTube. But here he is here. So these magazines just really informative of what's going on around the world. And custom knife makers and blacksmiths. Look at this here. Northfield UnXLD knife from Great Eastern Cutlery, GEC. It's got a lot of the cutlery companies in here too. Santa Fe, Stoneworks, custom handmade holders. I mean, just great books, man. Great. Ooh, Yojimbo. Benchmade. They're trying to copy a spider going out with the Warncliffe blades. Basic layout measuring tools. Now I'm looking for Union Cutlery Company razors. That's what they started doing. The Brown Brothers before they started K-Bar. I'm looking to collect them. Run into one of these days. I had to demonstrate what I learned to the guild. That's when they filmed me at my local cabin blacksmith shop. You might find it searching Todd Mound Blacksmith Forging a Skaggle knife. Let me write that down. Hold on. So these books are very informative, man. I mean, it's got all the custom knife makers in it. You know, these are all different styles of makers and what they do. A lot of them American forgers. I mean, just endless of all the different bladesmiths and custom knife makers around the world, and a lot here in the United States. And towards the back they got the manufacturing ones, like Case and all them, you know. Essie, yeah, Condor, all the time. Look at that Damascus, boy. I mean, that is an art in itself, I'm sure. So let me write down that guy to look up. I'll put these away. Let me put my camera back. Man, this camera's getting a workout today. I've got tons of blade magazines over here. Let me see. There's all my blade magazines. Dating all the way back to the 80s. I read a lot. That's how I learn. Between that and YouTube, I don't need anything else. Alright, my mouse back here. Alright, I'm going to write that down. That's my YouTube book. Skaggle knife. So you said search for Todd Mond. Todd M-A-U-N-D Blacksmith Forging. A Skaggle knife. Okay, I got that. Let me me see, a video for I got a note to make video for how to put bales back on scout knives. You wanted to see that soon. I got my free trial of Canva. I might just keep Canva. I do a lot of thumbnails with it. Saturday at, okay, now that's nothing. I'm trying to get them all together that you told me here so far. I just need to get my notepad here. I got a notepad that I write notes in. I go through it every day. I got these damn stickies. I switched because I moved my notepad. Go figure. Okay, bushcraft. Oh, I wrote a note. Do videos on for bushcraft knots. Survival knots for bushcrafting out in the wild. A lot of them pertain to the knots I learned as a boatswain's mate in the Navy are implied in the wild outdoors. So at one time I knew how to tie over 150 knots. I could still tie about probably 50, 60 knots right now that I learned while I was in the Navy, and I kept working with them for years after I got out of the Navy. So I'm going to do a lot of videos on different cool types of lanyards on knives. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. So that's you, right? Todd Mon? I think you said it earlier. I can't remember. I gotta get more sleep. More omega-3s. I'm out of pop over an hour ago. And my coffee's cold. But what's the whistle, I guess? Yeah, I got these for sale on eBay right now. Schmidt beer cans. I've got over 150 of these, all different. This is the bass one, but you can see all the different ones I got on eBay right now. They're for my brother-in-law. He collected them. He wants to sell his whole collection. He's probably got over 150 of them cans. Sell them himself for $14, $15 a piece. I could probably get you a whole set for 15 bucks if you're into beer cans. Oof. I'm just killing time now, I guess. What time is it? 2:38, 3:38 your time. I actually have your time on my PC. I gotta figure, this is a new PC, I gotta figure out how to change the clock on the damn thing. I just never took the time to do it yet. Last night, I didn't go to bed till it was daylight, 7 o'clock in the morning. And I got up at set my alarm to get up to watch the fucking Bears get their ass kicked again. The whole management, coaching's gone. Getting rid of them all, starting with a new slate next year. Because we got top 5 talent all around on our team. Just, management. Kevin Warren, the vice president, he's getting in the way of coaching. Jim Harbaugh wanted to coach our team. He's the best candidate out there out of any of them to coach any team in the NFL that strengthens and builds up a franchise. Kevin Warren said no, because he wants control. Whatever. Anyways, Todd Mon, yeah, that's you, right? Oh, you met Jason Knight, yeah. I tell you what, man, I enjoy watching his videos. Jason Knight, he has been some of the meets I have been to. Cool thing about him, Gil is rubbing elbows with all those famous knife makers. Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that inspire you to do what you're doing, right? Definitely. I'd be inspired. I'm inspired by him. I mean, I picked up a few things here and there from him too, making knives. Using that fucking hammer right, and fucking getting rid of the flash on the steel. Well, that's what it's about, buddy. Brother Todd, I should call you. Brother Todd, when I see you again, blacksmith. I'll probably see you on Kevin's again, and then I'll see you here when I'm live again. I'm going to start scheduling once a week, because with all the things I do, I can't go live more than that. There's some guys, you know, the guys that have 100,000 plus subscribers, they go 3-4 times a week. They're making a living off of it now. I'm not yet. I mean, I got my retirement pension, and what I make doing what I do, making knives, poster work, and deck construction in the summer. I like building patio decks. I make 10K in 5 days, 4 or 5 days on a deck out of there. But in the winter, I go to the shop and do my poster. Yep, that's me. Okay, Todd. Yeah, Brother Todd. Alright. You notice all these trends being started by these YouTubers. They gotta have the little fidget characters out in front of their, you know. That's fine. I mean, it's what they like to do. They're following the path of other YouTubers, right? Not saying that it's wrong, but there's just too many people doing it. And because of it, it's not original, and they're not getting enough traffic to their videos and to their sites if they want to grow. A lot of them don't care. They just do it for hobby. They don't care if they get 5,000 subscribers, 500 subscribers, 5,000, 500,000. They don't care. But yeah, I'm yet to meet Jason Knight. That'd be pretty fucking cool. Everybody's telling me, you need to go on Forge and Fire. I'm like, well, I don't know how to properly fucking weld Damascus yet in a canister, let alone, you know. I mean, I know how to weld steels together, you know, and how you do it. I just gotta learn more about it. You know, the perks. There's everything about that can't go wrong. I've watched Forge and Fire episodes over and over, and I'm starting to pick up on it by watching it. Yeah, I'll go to Forge and Fire when I learn Damascus or forging, you know. And I gotta learn that anyways, instead of just doing blades that I don't fold and weld together. I need to learn how to fold and weld steel together. Especially if I'm gonna do Damascus. And one day I might get a hair up my ass and get a 50-ton hydraulic hammer, right? Make life a lot easier for me when I do want to forge a knife blade by hand. It's pretty cool what you can do with files, though. I mean, you know, it's what 40% high carbon steel, so 4.5 versus a railroad spikes like 3.1. It's the worst shit to make a knife out of. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But yeah, you can see in my video in the bottom left there, I got that YouTube channel, or my browser's down there in the bottom. I didn't fully get it out of the screen. Oh, it is. I'm learning this streaming app, OBS Studio 30.23. OBS Studio, and I use CapCut video editing. If you ever get a hair up your butt and you want to learn it, I'll be glad to show it to you. So, yeah, I still got this picture up. So if you start to make that brace for me for my chandelier, and show me a picture of the start of it. Then I'll show you that day picture of the start of your shoulder holster for you. I might even throw you in a And in fact, I think I will. You make me that bracket, and I'll throw you in a couple knife holsters. I'll get you the one with the clip on your that I showed you. Clip on your pocket, your belt loop. You'll be set. I'll let you go. I've got to get some sleep also. Nice chat, and I look forward to watching your videos. Here again next Sunday night. Alright, man. Brother Todd, thanks for stopping in, bro. And get some rest. I got to too. My wife's sick of me being down here 24/7, and it's starting to wear off on her. So, alright, till next time, brother. Peace. Thanks for watching.